Wopila. I'm bet to watch them. At this time, we want to open this meeting in a good way. So I'm going to ask Russell here to give us an opening prayer from Rosebud.
Chicago. I would like to first of all say a big welcome to each and every one of you that come from different tribes and nations, and we welcome you here to this meeting in the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, the sacred ground of the Dakota. And so it is a special place for us to be at and to be here, and then we're going to make our way to the battlefield site on the 𝗟𝗓𝗙𝗪, the greasy grass, the Little Bighorn. And we have been meeting quite a bit, trying to organize our tribal nations to come together again, once again, and honor those warriors and the women that held off an attack on a Little Bighorn against a guy by the name of Custer and his troops. And it was a good day for us that day, but since then we've been struggling. Tribal nations have been struggling. But today we come together to kind of finalize plans of our journey to the Little Bighorn. And so I'm glad that many of you try to participate in these meetings, and we're getting all the plans together to be there. We were fortunate enough to secure some land that was donated to us to use by the Rosebud family. And so those we have to acknowledge, and that way we can camp at the sites of our ancestors as they did 150 years ago. So there's going to be a lot of prayer happening, a lot of good things happening. And we hope for the future that these leaders that come together to really reorganize and maybe even restructure our form of government so that we can act together as one nation. And that's going to be our goal for the next 150 years. So with that, I want to say a prayer, and I'm very thankful to be able to come up here and do a prayer. I work for our tribal president, Kathleen Woodknife, and she will be here sometime today. And I'm very fortunate that I'm able to be here also with all of you. And so with that, I'm going to say a prayer. And for those of you that do not understand our language, forgive me for that, but I am going to pray in our given first language. Hoya 𝗟𝗓𝗙𝗪𝗘 na akantushne wotakwe omanchata yampik on petukile mitakwe wotakwe okolakiche ukigalwitapi nalel taku akiwi yampik tankha hotaku akiwi yampik ilena el woable ze woyuktan wokachnire na woachwala iwachuni yampelo na ale yampetuki oyokipi Wayate ota electrums eaguluita bin electrums hippie. Gesapa kile wakanke happy, hoyunka elakon hinerjimpina. Hotaku akium pikilana ta skinki job unchimpi. Hotaya leon pete ki tona hippik on ho wopila echunkiapina. Ja hetsina tokata kia taku amani pinis taku akia piktek on hoena iuha wokachnire waste iuha pikte ja hetsum se kitrautin pelo. Ja lean pete ki itracha nanja wopila eichum kiapi lechum se ake igluitapi kileo. Hocha ja pete kile ushum kilapo ja taku Ampeto johilla taku ota glusna maunipi, hoas etan taku waste wanyanka pikte ja hetsum se kitrautsin pelo. Hocha ampeto kile unsun kilapo, homi taku je ojasi.
Wopila Russell. Again, good morning to everybody. You know, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 tribes here today. We have from Canada, we have Standing Buffalo, Whitecap, Dakota, Wahpeton, Northern Cheyenne. We also have Standing Rock Sioux Tribe here, Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, Rosebud Sioux Tribe, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 Sioux Tribe, Flanders Sioux Tribe, and the Paiute. So we have great representation here this morning. Again, just want to say thank you all for coming today, and to the people on Zoom. We are broadcasting this live, so if someone wants to get on, you could probably reach out. There's information about our website on our page, I believe. So so there's a lot going on. One thing I want to mention here this morning is we're in the final stages of this for planning this event here. And a lot of questions were thrown out there today, and I know we're short on time, and so one thing I like to do is just go around and do introductions real quick. Just if you can say your name and what tribe you're from, we can get to the stories and things like that later on. And Tony over here from 𝗟𝗓𝗪 Lakota College and our media team on the side, if you would like to share a story, we encourage you, we highly encourage you to go see Tony, and he can interview you and get your story recorded. That's the best way we can do that. That way we have it documented. And eventually, we'd like to tell our side of the story at the actual battlefield site. That is our intent there. You know, for a long time now, I think it's our story was never told from our side. You know, just bits and pieces. Last week, I was up at the battlefield site. I do have Crow relatives. Family that were married into Crow up there, so I was up there last week at her funeral, and I did stop in at the site. Things are coming together. Some of the teepee poles we ordered are showing up at the site and at the Real Bird property, and hopefully one of the members of the Real Bird family will show up today or tomorrow, just to give us a rundown on if there's any other changes happening up there at the battlefield site. One of the other things I wanted to report was we did sit down with the Crow tribe, and they welcomed us. And they welcomed us in a good way. And we had a good conversation on how we can collaborate together as tribes to work together for this event. We're going to have a lot of Sioux tribes up there and our ally tribes, you know, so and it's important that, you know, we're visitors over there, so I wanted to take that trip over there and just to get the, you know, let them know that we'll be there on private property and camping out throughout this event. And we wanted to be part of this 150th anniversary that's going to take place. So they're also reaching out and saying, how can we help you? It is their reservation. They do have resources that we're going to probably need to work together on to utilize some of the resources in case we have accidents or emergencies while we're there. They do have IHS, they do have law enforcement. We'll get into that because we also are going to bring our resources to the table, and so we can provide for our people, our tribes at the camp. So that's just a general overview of what we're doing. And I'm going to start on this side. So if you could just say your name and tribe, that'll be great. That way everybody here can introduce themselves. Okay, we'll start on this side. Ma'am, if you could, and there's a mic at each table. Just push the button until it lights up red. Oh, that one, I've got a dead battery over here.
Good morning. My name is Markeisha, makes room for them. I'm here representing the Lower Brew Sioux tribe.
I'm Donna Solomon. I'm from the Oglala Sioux tribe from the President's office.
My name is Alvin Barrios Sr. I'm from Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Don't be bashful.
Dwayne Redmond Jr. from 𝗟𝗓𝗡. Lieutenant 𝗟𝗓𝗡, Harold Sauer Oglala Band of the Great Sioux Nation.
Radish Nana, 𝗟𝗓𝗡, Dakota.
Farron McKay, 𝗟𝗓𝗡. Good morning, Brendan Wajanta, Standing Buffalo.
Mato Hideka, the township of 𝗟𝗓𝗡, Canada.
Andrea Redman from 𝗟𝗓𝗡.
You see that?
Rick Redman, Standing Buffalo.
My name's Ethan Onefeather. I'm with Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Good morning. Marcita Eaglebear, Rosebud Sioux tribe, 𝗟𝗡𝗡.
Good morning, Athena Dwarf, Rosebud Sioux tribe. Good morning, Dominique Harris, Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Steve Charge, Rosebud Sioux tribe. Jessie Pease, she's Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Good morning, Mike Burbank, representing Rosebud Sioux tribe, Deneen Cree.
Russell Eaglebear, Rosebud Sioux tribe. I'm actually a Wajaji band of the 𝗟𝗡𝗡.
Christopher Eaglebear, Rosebud Sioux tribe, and also part of the Wajaji.
Roger Moreno from Oglala Sioux tribe.
Mikey Moreno, Oglala Sioux tribe.
Jeremiah Marino, Oglala Sioux tribe. Omadakiapi, Yuha Chante, Washington, Apechu, Zapalo, I'm Ryman Labo, Chairman for the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe.
Good morning, Sidney Bailey from Standing Rock.
Mario Gonzalez, Natan Hinapa, Indian name, Oglala Sioux Tribe. I'm from Wombly, South Dakota, Lips Camp.
Good morning. I'm Thomas Eaglestaff, Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, Minikoju, and I'm working for Ryman.
Good morning, Anna Solomon, Halverson, Oglala Sioux Tribe.
He honey washte Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Oglala Sioux Tribe.
Good morning, A.G. Kingman, Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe.
Good morning, my name is Stephanie Star Comes Out, Oglala Sioux Tribe. I'm not related to the chairman, just kidding. Good morning, Gina Star Comes Out, Oglala Sioux Tribe.
Here was Steve Moran, Zuyaj Nali Machapur, Kazi Pachola, Don Wahila.
Is it on? Hello, my name is Tisha Moran. I'm his chauffeur, and I'm from Cheyenne River and Oglala.
I'm Petiwashte, Trina Pahish Nali Machap, Lakoya Akichi Shapi Mimia. I'm Trina Lonehill with the Oglala Lakota Nation.
Purwana, Wilson, Vice President, Northern Cheyenne Tribe.
The Pua Worms, Mayor Nahan, Nadis Tisave, Eugene Little Coyote, Northern Cheyenne Tribe.
Purwana, Piviamius, not Chisave. My name is Dion Killsback, Northern Cheyenne Tribe.
Niachia, Vixave, Nahashave, Northern Cheyenne. My name is Sheldon King, Senior.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gabriel Goodshield from Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Good morning, relatives. My name is Daryl Jones from Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Good morning. Oops. Is it on? Is it on? Yeah, it's on. Good morning. Pivawana, Miss Dunstan, Teresa Small is my name, and I'm with the Northern Cheyenne Tribe.
Good morning. I'm Janice Spear with the Northern Cheyenne Tribe.
Nisoyo Nahashabe. I'm with the Northern Cheyenne Tribe.
Stan Woodnight, Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Clayton Riedica, Wapayton, Dakota Nation.
Penny Wadidika, Wapayton, Dakota Nation.
Kaladigo, Wapahaska, Oyate, Whitecap, Dakota Nation, Saskatchewan, Canada.
Mitakepi, Frank Royal, Wapahaska, Dakota Riate, Canada.
I'm Petiwashte, Stella Ishnana Imakiapi, Tatakanaji.
Good morning, Tamlon Wilcox, Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Good morning, Louis Goodvoice Siegel with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe President's Office.
Good morning, Ruti Davis, Rosebud Sioux Tribe President's Office.
Rose Fraser, Oglala Sioux Tribe.
Darla Takes the Knife, Hunk Papa, Minikoju from the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, representing the Pine Ridge Girls School.
Lori Bear Hills, Admin Assistant of Child Care and Development, Oglala Sioux Tribe and Crow Creek Sioux Tribe.
Shauna Discussion. My name is Jody Rave Spotted Bear, and my tribes are 3 affiliated tribes and Cheyenne River Sioux.
Pivowana, Nisoya Nashave. My name is Francesca Pine Rodriguez, and I'm Crow and Northern Cheyenne.
Hey, good morning. I'm Josh Rosino with the National Park Service.
Good morning. My name is Teddy Ray Herman. I'm from the Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Good morning. I'm Don Ray Wan. I'm part Sichango and Arapaho, and I'm here representing Todd County Tribune and Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Oh, good morning. Tatanka Wambly Hemiecha. Derek Fiddler from Itazip Cho representing the Outkid family.
Steve Wilson, OST Emergency Management.
Good morning. My name is Cordelia Whiteoak. My Lakota name is 𝗟𝗚𝗩𝗘, and I'm from the Oglala Sioux tribe.
James Weston, Flandry Santi.
Good morning, David Ross from the Flanders Santee Sioux tribe.
Patrick Adam Lawson with the Northern Arapaho tribe.
Michael Yolkley representing the Northern Arapaho tribe.
Chante Hart Machiapi, Sichangu Yate Etahana, Miniluzaha Otuahe Awati.
Mitakir Dayan Wachianke, Dame Leader Charge, Macha, Sichango, Ogolala, Lakota Hemielo, Wastelo.
Bubble Pepper.
Oh, yeah. Well, Yellow Hawk, Sichango, Madam, no, Shukabaloka, Play Hitao, Play up below.
Morning, Richard Greenwald, Oglala Sioux Tribal Councilman from the Pine Ridge District.
Doug Bissonette, Crazy Horse Estate Administrator, Oglala Sioux Tribe.
Na Josh-Dini Naniam, Agai Dakota Numa. Hello, my name is Josh Dini. I'm from Nevada. I'm part of the Northern Paiute tribe. We are the trout eaters.
Yeah, oh, that's fine. Madaki api chate was de na pe choose up lo. Petu was de le petuki you yishki awachia kapi lo. Mavu manor washicha macha pi na Lakota chajeki chataluta macha pelo. Wakpawa sto wanke na tioshpa metaki hoju na tazicho na ukpapa na kugala mata yelo.
Lisa Steele with the Oglala Sioux tribe, and Tarkoja Carson Emery, the OST.
Rayanne Redall, Oglala Sioux tribe.
Marvin Yupi, Fort Peck Sioux tribe, Dakota.
Hamatakapi, Wambly, Wiaka Sheila, Hemiolo. My BIA name is Joe Sierra Jr., and I'm a tribal security for Oglala Sioux tribe.
I already did it.
All right, did we get everybody? Hang on, we'll swing this way to our media.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Valerie Adams. I'm the public relations for President Star Comes Out, Oglala Sioux tribe.
Good morning. My name is Byron Barrow. I'm from the OST Secretary's Office.
Iha chante washte nape chusape tashina sapa thunder hakimachiapi gante washte wiya local chaje Sheila Greglega Amataha Wambli Hochpi Alwati. I am one of the database technicians for the Oglala Sioux Tribe Secretary's Office.
Homatakiapi Wambli Hoeste. My name is Tony Brabe. I'm with KOLC TV Oglala Lakota College.
Roger Allard, Rosebud, RST Communications. Good morning, everybody. John Miller with KOI-FM 88.1 Rosebud, the Shango's voice and manager, and also with Rosebud Sioux Tribe Communications.
Good morning, everyone. This is Laura Running Horse from Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
All right, did we miss anybody? No? Okay. If we did, you're probably camera shy. Okay, also we have a presentation. Stacy, you want to introduce yourself? Caught her, we caught her.
My name is Stacy Tulance, and I'm the OST Secretary. I want to welcome everybody and wish y'all many blessings for today. Thank you.
Okay, with the gentleman who had the, yes. Would you like to show your presentation this morning to kick it off? I believe we have a short video. If you could come up. Oh, awesome. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Homatakiapi. First, I want to thank Creator for this beautiful day and the Elder for that beautiful invocation this morning. My name is 𝗟𝗡𝗩𝗘. I'm the Hitansha, I guess in Canada we call them chiefs of the 𝗟𝗓𝗡. I've been there for 23 years. And what I wanted to kind of introduce what we're doing here. The report that we're going to provide is an update on some of the mechanisms that we're doing when we're drawing down on our jurisdiction as First Nations people. There's a number of initiatives that we're doing, and what we're doing is we're operationalizing our sovereignty through a number of mechanisms as we walk in these two worlds. We cannot forget who we are. We, common men and women. And when we operationalize our sovereignty, we do that through what you see in the drum, the prayer, pipe ceremony. We do that, and what we do is we manifest positive synergies, and we believe in that prayer. I believe in our ceremonies. And I'm not here to be trying to know it all. I'm just here to speak on behalf of the 𝗟𝗓𝗡, who are Dakota, part of the 𝗟𝗡𝗡. And these are some of the initiatives that we've done, so I'm very careful not to try and offend anyone, and I apologize for that. Last week we were presenting to government and industry in Canada, along with a fellow consul, I believe is here, from Fort Peck, regarding our MOU we have. Because what we're going into is a video to talk about a trade corridor. As First Nation people, as the 𝗟𝗡𝗡, our traditional territories overlap into Canada and the U.S. Trade and barter was the wealth of the Indian people. I was very fortunate to go to a meeting in New Mexico prior to Christmas with NAFTA and CUSMA. And that's what they were talking about. they use the traditional trade routes of the Indian people on Turtle Island to incorporate that agreement with the three countries. And that's, as I talked with Orville on Saturday, I'd had a good talk with him about some of the things we're doing. He said the tail of that turtle goes into further south. And that's, I shouldn't talk about them. Things are moving up here. But I had a good talk with him about that, and that's what the corridor is signing MOUs with nations on both sides so we can exercise that right to trade and barter. The wealth of our people was trade and barter. But it'll be more clear in here. There's a number of other mechanisms we're implementing, our procurement legislation, projects of national interest. There's also a consultation framework. And what we're looking at is looking at implementing something and developing something so we can create wealth, intergenerational wealth for the next ones coming. At the same time, we can implement our values and laws that we have when we look at our stewardship roles into the environment, environmental oversight, elders oversight. There's also, we're doing work with the United Nations. We have made our formal application there on the discrimination that we're facing. And we met with the other 9 Dakota in Canada 2 weeks ago. And they're very supportive of what we're doing, and they want us to lead that initiative with the UN. So we're doing that, hoping by next year we can get observer status so we can start protecting the sacred sites that are sacred to our people internationally. That's some of the work we're doing at that international level, acting as nations. And we're using the corridor perspective to assert sovereignty and create wealth, create a secretariat for our own nations where we can have our own warehousing in our communities. We can transport goods within our traditional territories amongst nations. I see that they're sending a lot of money to Colt for 23 positions. And to me, that money should be coming to set up our own secretariat. Our nations should be working together to do that, create wealth, opportunity for our people, draw it out on our jurisdiction. And that's what I'm really out there promoting. And we presented in San Diego, we presented to the Congress of American Indians, Colt, where we can come together collectively, not only of the Oceti-Sakowin, but also the treaty, non-treaty bands. And they are very looking at it very favorably. We've signed a lot of MOUs with them. We're at the courts right now, litigation. The allies of the British Crown, we were allies. We have the original medal, 1763 medal, that was given to our ancestors to be allies with the British Crown. And in those promises that we would be allowed to trade in our traditional territories. Today, those are economic sanctions. When I was in New Mexico, they talked about the 5 pillars that the U.S. look at. One of them is cooperative federalism. Canada is in executive federalism, where they create laws and shove them down our throats. But for us as Indigenous people, we have creator's law that we have, the ultimate law. From that, we have the ancient allieships with the 4-legged swimmers, anything with that living spirit. And below that, we talk about imperial parity as nations. Then you got the cooperative federalism, then you got executive federalism. And that's where we're stuck at, where government is creating laws, shoving them down our throats, discriminating against the Dakota people in Canada. We were not given the land base, the rights were not recognized, still happening. So we're fighting that fight, but at the same time, as we're fighting it, we're creating our own, the narrative of our own legislation. We need to do that. But also be respectful that we don't respect the ceremonies and the laws, or we're not there trying to determine, define laws. But we're asserting sovereignty based on the values that we have as Dakota people. So those are some of the things that we have, and this video will kind of set the tone, I guess. And my young colleague there, he's a good writer. He does a lot of legislation for us, international. We've submitted our application to the UN so that we can, as a collective, come together and start protecting our sites. Like our people, we did ceremonies at Paisley last year, so I want to thank Mr. Frank there, the chairman there, for defending that, because that is sacred, a sacred place. There's a lot of spirituality there. We need to do that. We also need to start looking at how we can work together. So this is, I know we have about 40 or 50, a group of our people coming up, and we fully support and everything that's happening. We're looking at trying to see where we can camp, so we'll be coming up for that and very supportive of it. I know this isn't specifically on the 150. It is what we have to present, but it's also something to think about on how we can sign and come together through a trade corridor. And we have the legislation together, policies. It's a 2-page MOU, non-legally binding, that basically means that we want to work together and implement and create opportunity for our people. Our people should be the richest people in this Turtle Island within our traditional territories, but we're not. I said, now it's time we get up off our knees and stop begging for crumbs and start demanding what's rightfully ours. We can do that through a collective effort on both sides of that border, because that border doesn't mean nothing to us. We have a lot of relatives, even family members that still own title to lands in Sisseton and different areas. So we have a lot of contact there. We shouldn't allow that Eurocentric border to divide us. So maybe with that, Solomon, and then Solomon will talk a bit about go in more detail on some of the initiatives we have. But I wanted to show that video, if we can. It's a short video, and then I'll turn it over to Solomon. So I just wanted to do the pre-introduction of what we're going to be presenting and what we're going to be talking about, and something that we can work together as a collective. I know that it's kind of straying away from, but it's not really, because it's part of, as a collective, of the Shetty Shikoi, and how we can work together. So without further ado, yeah, go ahead and hit the play button there, and I'll step aside. So Homatakia, thank you.
Turn my audio.
Implementing it and operationalizing it through mechanisms that we've always had as Dakota people, as Indian people.
Dakota Nation Chief Roger Redmond is in Mexico to announce the Standing Buffalo Economic Corridor Initiative. He is at the Commission for Environmental Cooperation, or CEC, to seek recognition from world leaders to move his initiative forward. The CEC is hosting a public forum. Many premiers brought a laundry list of projects that they feel the federal government needs to be focusing on, including building pipelines for interprovincial and international trade. But he says the provinces and federal government are forgetting an important factor, including Indigenous leaders in the planning and decision-making. Roger Redmond, Chief of Standing Buffalo Dakota Nation, says Indigenous sovereignty needs to be protected in these projects.
We have to be involved in a process that's going to include and preserve and protect the responsibilities that we have.
In 1990, the Unification Accord for Peace, Alliance, and Sovereignty was established by the nations of Standing Buffalo and Devil's Lake, later joined by Lake Traverse, Pine Ridge, Cheyenne River, Stony Dakota, Fort Laramie, and Sioux Valley between 1990 and 1997. Spanning both Canada and the United States, this accord became the first instrument to restore our traditional territorial and geopolitical order not divided by borders, but united through the ancestral pathways of the Dakota, Lakota, and Dakota nations. It remains the living foundation of Standing Buffalo's modern economic corridor initiative.
Today, the United States informed us they will be imposing 25% tariffs on Canadian exports to the United States and 10% on Canadian energy.
While the accord could never have anticipated the Trump administration's tariffs, the rise of UNDRIP, the DeSauto Rule, or Canada's projects in the national interest legislation, it was, at its core, a strategic geopolitical instrument, one designed not merely for its time, but for moments like this, moments when the balance between consultation, sovereignty, and economic urgency must once again be defined. If interpreted and applied correctly, this accord holds the power to reshape that balance and restore indigenous leverage across borders. Chief Redmond reminds leaders across governments and industry that 27 of Canada's 34 critical minerals lie within the lands of Saskatchewan, positioning the region at the heart of North America's energy and technology future. He believes it is both possible and necessary to move these resources to world markets and into the United States through the Standing Buffalo Economic Corridor. Yet such movement must be grounded in shared certainty, where indigenous nations stand as full partners in the value chain itself. And to realize this vision, Standing Buffalo calls upon young business minds from Calgary to Bay Street to Wall Street to join us in breathing life into the impetus of North America's economic revitalization, where every mineral, every shipment, and every deal moves in step with indigenous inclusion, sovereignty, and shared prosperity. Today, Standing Buffalo stands at the threshold of something historic. The political will, the economic instruments, and the diplomatic pathways are forming, yet their alignment will test the wisdom and resolve of our generation. Will the elements unite as they once did under the 7 council fires? Time will tell.
Test, there we go. Okay. I got it. Okay. Honorable chiefs, councilmen, members, elders, knowledge keepers, representatives of the 𝗟𝗓𝗡, thank you. I'd first like to thank Chief Redmond for his remarks and acknowledge the work that has been done into bringing us together today for this All Nations Planning meeting. I'd also like to acknowledge the significance of the gathering. Let me just move this up here. And this gathering is taking place on the 150th anniversary of the Battle of Greasy Grass. 150 years ago, the nations of the 7 council fires demonstrated they could act together when history demanded it. Today, 150 years later, the nations of the 7 council fires are still gathering, still deliberating, still planning, still determining their own futures. In many respects, that may be the most important statement of all, because that statement indicates survival and a powerful resiliency among the people, the 𝗟𝗓𝗡, the 𝗟𝗓𝗡. We just watched a video called Trade Without Borders, or Trade Older Than Borders, rather. A video produced by the Standing Buffalo Dakota Nation. Chief Redmond has also many times spoken about the work underway at the 𝗟𝗓𝗡. What I'd like to do now is provide an update where the work presently stands, where it's heading, and perhaps most importantly, what we have learned along the way. Because as nations, and through the exchange of knowledge, we learn from each other, we help each other, we are allies. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most important things that I've learned while working alongside the leadership and the elders of Standing Buffalo is that Chief Redmond is absolutely right and correct when he says that this is not something new. More than 2 years ago, the elders of Standing Buffalo revisited and reaffirmed what would eventually become known as the Economic Corridor. However, they did not create a new idea. They reaffirmed an old one. The right of Indigenous nations to trade, the right of Indigenous nations to travel, the right of Indigenous nations to maintain relationships with one another, the right of Indigenous nations to build prosperity for the people. You see, ladies and gentlemen, these ideas are older than Canada. These ideas are older than the United States. They're older than that international border. Sometimes we call it the medicine line, which now separates our communities, our nations. In preparation, though, for what was to come, Standing Buffalo and its elders strategically crafted their approach, the game plan, the trajectory of their efforts for the next many years. It was like the preparation for the Battle of Greasy Grass. Everything was to be strategic, but everything was still very spiritual. And the elders also provided a broader directive. They reminded Standing Buffalo that the nation's understandings of its relationship with the British Crown was not rooted in treaty. Rather, it was rooted in an older allyship relationship grounded in trade, diplomacy, military cooperation, and mutual dependence. Standing Buffalo's position is that this relationship represents a continuing political understanding between nations, an understanding that predates Confederation, an understanding that predates the modern Canadian state, and an understanding that remains very relevant today. Flanking this position is the physical evidence, the King George III Medal, a medal that was provided to the Dakota Lakota in 1763, a medal that symbolizes the recognition of sovereignty, land, title, and the allyship dimensions of trade, commerce, and military alliance. For Standing Buffalo, the Economic Corridor is therefore not simply an economic initiative. It is part of a much larger rights framework. It is part of a broader effort to understand how Dakota rights, Dakota governance, and Dakota economic participation can be expressed in the modern world. This may take many forms. A Dakota-Lakota economic corridor with tribal trade zone recognition, an airport with a tribal airport authority, a Dakota-Lakota environmental regulatory framework, a Dakota-Lakota approval process on major projects that affect Dakota-Lakota rights, lands, and territories, a Dakota-Lakota revenue capture mechanism that gives you the right to charge the rail companies every time a loaded rail car passes across your lands and territories. This is the power of that rights framework. And this is the power of the work that is underway. And as shown in the video that we all just watched, what may have once been a small fire carried by elders and leaders has now become a discussion taking place across Indigenous governments throughout North America, throughout Turtle Island. And that discussion continues to grow. And as we are gathered here today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that among some of us, intertribal relations and trade is on top of our minds. Back home in Canada, as Chief Redmond has stated, Standing Buffalo and other Dakota, Lakota nations have faced a lot of discrimination. For generations, they have been called refugees and have not been recognized by the Canadian governments as Indigenous nations. Canada's constitutional order and legal frameworks had denied their rights and legal standing. All of this denial has been projected on Standing Buffalo and other Dakota, Lakota nations. But in recent times, the Dakota, Lakota in Canada have risen up to break the intergenerational curse brought about by the colonizer. The traditional lands and territories of the 7 Council Fires are vast, and I'm sure you know their reach, their breadth, and the extent of these lands. And what comes with these lands? Ancient institutions, laws, and legal orders. In 2022-2023, under the leadership of Chief Redmond and his council and Standing Buffalo's elders, it was determined that Standing Buffalo would enter negotiations with Canada to bring that rights framework to the fore. And as Standing Buffalo entered those discussions with Canada through what is called the Recognition of Indigenous Rights and Self-Determination process, there was optimism. Optimism that meaningful progress could be achieved. The nation approached those discussions from a position grounded in sovereignty and unextinguished title. The Standing Buffalo did enter those discussions seeking not for delegated authority, but they wanted recognition of their sovereignty, and they wanted recognition that that sovereignty exists. As discussions progressed, however, Standing Buffalo encountered a fundamental challenge. The challenge was not simply the pace of negotiations. The challenge was not simply Canada's mandate. The challenge was not simply a disagreement over policy. The challenge was that both parties were operating from different constitutional foundations. Canada approached the discussions through its constitution, its policies, its legislation, and its negotiating mandates. Standing Buffalo approached the discussion through the 𝗟𝗓𝗓 Dakota 𝗟𝗓𝗓 Declaration. And ladies and gentlemen, some of you may know that that declaration affirms that Dakota authority originates from 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓, the Great Spirit. And this very declaration hangs in the halls of the United Nations thanks to Standing Buffalo's diplomatic efforts. It affirms Dakota language. It affirms Dakota law. It affirms sacred ceremonies. And it affirms that governance authority arises from Dakota legal traditions for Standing Buffalo, and responsibilities connected to all of that continue to exist today, and the white man needs to be aware of this. So in many respects, the declaration became Standing Buffalo's own guardrail. Canada had its own guardrail, but Standing Buffalo had its own. The declaration reminds the nation what can be negotiated and what cannot be negotiated. It reminds the nation that some matters belong to governments. It reminds the nation that some matters belong to the people, and it reminds the nation that some matters belong to the Creator. As discussions continued, Standing Buffalo became to understand that Canada's framework was ultimately designed to accommodate provinces, municipalities, territories, and delegated forms of government operating within the Canadian constitutional order. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we call executive federalism. It was not designed to accommodate a nation advancing a position based upon unextinguished title, inherent sovereignty, and a legal order that predates the Canadian state itself. So as we examined the process more closely, we came to understand that Canada and its negotiators were operating within what is commonly known as the inherent right policy. This policy functions as a set of federal guardrails. This policy establishes what topics may go on the table, what authorities may be recognized, and limits the federal government from true engagement with a sovereign nation such as Standing Buffalo. So in practical terms, it protects Canada's constitutional architecture and Canada's understanding of sovereignty. Standing Buffalo's challenge was that many of the issues it sought to discuss, including sovereignty, title, and the deeper constitutional relationship between Dakota Lakota people and the Crown, existed beyond those policy boundaries. We eventually came to understand something very important. Canada was prepared to discuss the administration of only rights. Standing Buffalo was seeking to discuss the source of those rights. That distinction ultimately became one of the reasons the discussions reached their limits. And ladies and gentlemen, we reached an impasse, and our negotiations with Canada had ceased. But in April 2025, last year, Standing Buffalo formally appealed, as the chief had indicated earlier, to the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and requested international engagement concerning Canada's failure to establish an effective redress mechanism. If negotiations fall through, then what do you utilize to fix the issue? Since that time, the nation has continued to build an international record. A formal submission was recently advanced to Geneva, Switzerland, concerning Canada's failure to implement reconciliation following its own acknowledgement of historic injustice. Ladies and gentlemen, this submission is substantial and includes over 1,600 pages, including over 26 annexes. We believe, from Standing Buffalo's position, that this would be the first time on an international scale that, specific to Standing Buffalo, we are reclaiming the narrative. We're talking about our rights. We're talking about the abuses. We're talking about what must be done in order for the colonizer to come to terms. Because we all believe in justice. That submission argues that while Canada formally recognized the Dakota Lakota peoples had been wrongly labeled as refugees, treated as second-class First Nations, and denied meaningful recognition, no mechanism presently exists to address those consequences. Consequences that lead to sick people, sick children, consequences that lead to overcrowding, consequences to lead to the lack of the resources and the wealth of the land, and consequences that must be addressed in this age of reconciliation. Otherwise, don't use the term. So these efforts are not intended to replace engagement with Canada. They're intended to complement it. The objective is simple: to ensure that Standing Buffalo voices are heard, to ensure that Standing Buffalo concerns are documented, and to ensure that the future generations inherit a record showing that these issues were raised, advanced, and pursued, and that their leaders advocated on their behalf. So, ladies, when domestic pathways become constrained, nations must consider what other avenues remain available. Standing Buffalo did not approach the United Nations because negotiations succeeded. Standing Buffalo approached the United Nations because negotiations failed. Standing Buffalo did not seek international engagement because Canada had not recognized the Dakota Lakota. Standing Buffalo sought international engagement because Canada had recognized the Dakota Lakota, and yet no mechanism existed to meaningfully implement that recognition. Where is the compensation? Where is the recognition of the rights framework? Where is the end of discrimination? So you see, the work around raising up that rights framework is foundational to the totality of our efforts. To tell the story and to achieve recognition of Standing Buffalo's historical trade system, of the 𝗟𝗓𝗡 trade system, routes and indigenous ways of conducting commerce, we have to recapture the narrative. And the narrative hinges on our rights framework. How can we knock down the doctrine of discovery if we don't challenge the foundations of the fallacy of it all? How can we dismantle manifest destiny if we do not advance our view from the shore? So you see, the economic corridor is often described as a trade initiative. In reality, it is something much larger. In our strategic plan, in our approach to get our rights framework recognized, we put it out there, and the ivory tower, universities around the world heeded the call, because now we've received funding in partnership of a project that brings about greater recognition of Standing Buffalo's economic corridor. And we've jointly partnered with the University of McGill, Concordia University, the University of Arizona, the University of Para in Brazil, the University in Brussels, in the European Union. So if everything that we were talking about is pie in the sky, why are universities given credibility and recognition to the rights framework? Because we believe that rights framework is powerful. And we can create powerful unity on that rights framework. Do I have more time? Keep going? Okay. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I return once again to the significance of why we're gathered here. 150 years ago, the Battle of Greasy Grass, the nations of the Seven Council Fires demonstrated that they could act together when history demanded it. Today, we face different circumstances. We face different challenges. We face different opportunities. But the principle remains the same. Nations must continue to act as nations. Draw down on your jurisdiction. And governments must continue to govern. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman, can we ask a couple questions?
Yeah.
I was wondering if this gentleman, I guess he left already, but a couple questions, sir.
Mario, if you could just state your name and tribe.
This gentleman here, Mario Gonzalez, Oglala tribal attorney. I have two questions for this gentleman here from Standing Buffalo. You know, I am the first recipient of the Distinguished Aboriginal Warrior Achievement Award by the University of Saskatchewan. And I was given that honor selected by the Canadian lawyers back in 1995. So that was my highest honor I ever received. But there's a couple of issues here in terms of recognition, because in the United States, the United States government doesn't recognize Canadian Indians as Indians. And in the Mississippi Sioux land claims, there was a sister's opinion saying that the Canadian Indians do not qualify, even Dakota Indians, as Indians in the United States. So there's a recognition issue here. In a Graham case, Mr. Graham was charged here in federal court. He's from Canada, and the government took the position he wasn't an Indian in the United States, so they prosecuted him as a non-Indian. So there is a recognition even here of the Canadian Indians. I understand on the Columbia River, though, that some of the natives up there had some rights recognized in Canada. So I think that's a recognition problem that we still face down here. And then, let's see here. The J Treaty, you talked about international commerce, and Article 13 of the J Treaty allows some commerce between the United States and Canada, Canadian Indians. But my understanding is that the items that could be traded internationally are somewhat limited in that J Treaty, and I think there's a couple cases, and one pending in Canada right now to define the scope of that Article Treaty. In terms of intertribal trade between the two countries. And I think there's a case, I don't know if it's still pending up in Montana, that's raising the same type of issues. Do you know anything about these issues, the recognition issue, and then also, the J Treaty, commerce under the J Treaty?
Thank you, Councillor, for your questions. And I have to say, it's an honor, actually, to be able to be addressed by you, sir. And it's an honor to be able to articulate the answers here on behalf of the 𝗟𝗓𝗡. And the chief wanted me to preface my response firstly by indicating that as Indian nations, and when we state in the speech, it is up to us to draw down our jurisdiction, that means we act as Indian nations. We act with our lawyers, we act with our customs. And always be aware that our customs, our lawyers, our legal processes, our Indian universe of laws is time immemorial. And that means that that universe of laws and our ability to use traditional governance is real. So when we talk about white man's laws and jurisprudence, white man has put against our existence, we have to remember that we have the power as Indian nations to act like governments, and we have the power to make our own rulings and set our own precedents under Indian tribal governance and laws. So in regard to cross-border trade, in regard to the recognition situation, certainly, sir, there's an issue. We have the federal government purporting to recognize the constitutional rights of the Dakota Lakota under Section 35, which includes treaty and inherent rights. We don't have treaty, but you do have inherent rights. But it is not our objective to get the recognition for us to sit inside their constitutional process. It is our right to get the recognition to show them that we have the power to draw down on our jurisdiction. Chief Redmond tells us, stop begging for crumbs. And the elders always tell us, give people hope. Never play politics with the people. You take a look at these court cases right now. That's all these court cases do, is they play politics with the people. There's a strong ruling coming out of 𝗟𝗓𝗡 in British Columbia that gives recognition of Indian title. But the politicians, they're probably right-wing, alt-right. They're not indigenous. They're twisting it. And they're saying all this stuff. We want to play ball as a sophisticated Indian nation with its own Indian laws, its own ability to articulate and do what it needs to do. But we also understand, sir, that we have to understand how they play the game as well. So in regard to how do we get over the issue with cross-border and the recognition or non-recognition of the J Treaty, we're using their own ruling against them to give credence and credibility to what we're undertaking with the economic corridor. And that rule goes back to the Desertal ruling, because Canada recognized through the Desertal ruling that an American Indian who has traditional lands that spill into the United States has Section 35 and constitutional rights. That's one aspect of our rights framework and our legal strategy. It's quite foxy. It's quite foxy, and that's without enforcing our jurisdictional drawdown. And that's what they're doing. So there's going to be a clash, sir. There's going to be a clash. But before that clash happens, we're doing our due diligence as a sophisticated nation on this side. And when we're doing our conflict of laws analysis, because we're not going to get into a fight we can't win in their courts, but 90% of the time, ladies and gentlemen, we win.
All right, thank you, thank you. Way to end your presentation. You know, so that just goes to show you, even across our borders, we still have challenges, but we still can work together and collaborate, team up, make those connections. So we still have a lot of work to do, and it's great that we have other tribal nations from different, from across the borders and from Canada to come and share some of the challenges they face. So thank you for that presentation. I know it was a little long and off the subject here, but sometimes some of those things need to be said. And it's great information to hear what other tribal nations are doing. So thank you for that. Okay, so I believe lunch will be here in about half hour, so I'm just going to give you an update on our next agenda item. Is what the Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association is doing as a region. As you know, the Great Plains region has 16 tribes under its region there. And we meet quarterly. Sometimes we have specials, and we support each other. One thing I'd like to also mention is, you know, we have a lot of large tribes in this region. So I believe it's a very important to know when we come together, because we represent not only large land-based tribes, but we have a lot of membership within our tribes in the Great Plains region. So with that, some of the thing I wanted to put out there and let you all know, we've been talking about budgets. You know, we hosted, I think, 5-6 meetings so far. In each meeting, there was a lot of discussion on organization. But one of the things that was always put to the side was the funding. How are we going to get and pull our resources together and help make this event happen? And we still got to figure out what we're going to call it. We haven't decided that yet. I don't know if names were submitted, but we do have committees. We do have committees here, and I'm hoping that the last I heard, some of these committees were meeting and organizing those things. And I'm very thankful that we have our media people here from different tribes. But people are still wanting to come to the table and help with this event. So we need to get them that right information so they can give input. One of the things, again, I wanted to mention was our budget. We did secure a small budget for the Great Plains region. And that's what we're going to, the chairman, the association needs to come together and decide how we're going to utilize this funding for our camp. Byron, can you put that map up there with the horseshoe? So we're going to put a map up here, and I believe we did pass it out. when you register, you should have a map in front of you also. And it's a map of the location of the campground. Oh yes, my pointer does work here. $3.99 Walmart in the pet section for the cats. Okay, so if you're not aware, for those of you that are just joining us, I know we have to do this. Every time we try to be as patient as possible to get everybody oriented. So in case that you need some of this information to take back to your tribal nations, you'll have an idea of what we're doing. So this area right here, if you can see this little red dot here, this area here is the actual encampment of 149 years ago. And we were able to work with some tribal members of the Crow Nation, and we collaborated with them, and we were able to secure the land for this 150th anniversary event. So this here is approximately about 40 acres. It's prime land right next to the battlefield site. It's just right across the Little Bighorn River, which comes down through here. This is all the river. And the battlefield site is right here. So this is the actual encampment right here where it took place. And I know a number of tribes in our last meeting visit down in Billings, I believe we staked out some land and where our camps are going to be. I know the Northern Cheyenne assumed their camp up there just north of their actual campsite. Oglawa's on this side, I believe. Rosebud's over here. So we're all in the same vicinity of the actual campsite. So if your tribe, if you want to pick a spot, I suggest that you let one of the committees know, or one of the tribal leaders know, and then you're more than welcome to go down there and stake it out. However you think, how much room does your tribe needs. You can stake it out. The land is open right now. The Rosebud's are watching this area. So this is the actual campsite right here. All this area, and this is where we at, and mostly in this area. This right here is a blacktop pavement. It's basically a loop going into the Rosebud area. This is where they do the reenactment, but they'll be doing that, I believe, after the charge, right? Yeah, on the 26th? Yeah. So they'll be doing their reenactment. Oh, my battery died. Oh. Oh, you got one? Okay. Wait, I got a backup. All right, there we go. So, this one's brighter. So that's where they're going to be doing the reenactment. Now, Ryman was telling me that Cheyenne River is down this way somewhere, right? Yeah, way down here. So we still need to plan out the routes for this charge. Yeah, yeah. Well, maybe Ryman can come up and explain a little bit about what they're going to be doing. Just introduce yourself.
Yeah. Wadaki Iwa Chante Washtena Pechi Zapolo Danya Yahipi Peti Washte Lula Washagya. Thank you all for coming today. Good to see you all again, relatives from way up north. I won't say the C word because we were here before that, and the borders didn't cross us, or the borders crossed us, we didn't cross them. But as Oglala President was saying, we have the Cheyenne River land that we purchased a few years back because we knew this day would come and we needed our own land to camp on to commemorate this victory that we had 150 years ago. And we welcomed the other tribes to come in and chip in on this with us. And I think they're kind of mad at us because they didn't chip in yet. Unless Frank got a bag of money today. But yeah, we're out there still open if others want to come in. We have Dakota system. But I'm trying to find it here on this map, but basically we're over, but we got the battlefield, Little Bighorn battlefield, and then you have the Reno Benteen battlefield, and then we're just south of this Reno Benteen battlefield, and we got 200 acres there. There's a ranch house there, corrals, barns, running water. So if you guys need a shower, come on over. We'll let you use the shower. But then if the crows, if they kick you guys out, you're welcome to come over to Cheyenne River Ranch. And if the relatives, any relatives want to stay there, you're welcome to come and camp with us. We got Tom Eagle staff. Tom's here. If you want to, we'll have to figure out, like Frank said, the coordination. Perhaps we'll meet somewhere along the river there, and then push right into the battlefield. Maybe we'll do that every morning or something and figure out how we're going to coordinate those efforts and with the relatives. But I believe this is really going to be a good thing for all our people, and sounds like even BIA is going to help out with some of the funding, and that's good. Good to hear that they're going to help us in financially with the cost of everything. But yeah, so you're welcome to come and camp out with us, and we'll continue to work on this and develop this. And I think Tom can give an update later on today or tomorrow thereabouts. So yeah, and one more thing I want to mention before. Thank you for the trade routes that was presented earlier. Appreciate that information, and what we got to do next is exercise those historical trade routes, that inherent sovereignty that our people always had from time immemorial. So that is something that we need to exercise, and we'll take some. I'll give you guys a whole bunch of prairie dogs. Trade you for yeah, res dogs. Trade you for some of your horses. But yeah, those are things that we need to continue
to exercise. You know, we need to pick that ball up where our ancestors left it and exercise that authority. But yeah, well, thank you all. Brahmaya.
All right, thank you, Ron. Yeah, we have an endless supply of res dogs. We're more than welcome to trade y'all with. But so getting back to the budget here, is we did secure a budget. So we want to see how the chairman could come together and utilize it to, I guess, help funding with the encampments, such as maybe porta potties, water buffaloes, water stations, portable showers, those types of things. The food, we're going to have cook stations, our cook shacks. I believe Rosebud can talk a little bit about that, what they're doing, things like that. So we've been talking about a lot of these issues throughout these planning meetings, and now we're gonna put an agenda together for each of the days. It's a 3-day event that the Park Service is hosting for their event, but we also want to incorporate agenda to what we want to do. And I guess the main event is the actual horse ride on the day of the 25th. How are we going to come together on that? You know, we got groups coming in from all different directions. I still have to figure out if there are any horse groups that are going to stay at the camp. We need to know so we can maybe put some portable crowds together or something like that. There are places to water your horses there along the Little Bighorn River. So there is water there for horse groups. Also, I know the 𝗟𝗟𝗡 tribe, it was just passed that, they can supply some hay there, so we got to figure out how we're going to get it to Montana for the horses. So we're also contributing. So tribal nations like that, if you can utilize your resources within your own nations to help out, that will be greatly appreciated. One thing that, and we did bring our emergency management director here. Also, Rosebud is heading the security part of it, and we'll let him speak a little bit on how they're collaborating to make this a safe event. This is an alcohol and drug-free event. So, and we'll be closely monitoring that because we're involving our youth. We have to make sure our youth are safe. We're going to have elders there. We're going to have to make sure our elders are safe. So they'll be discussing things on how to cover those areas, whether it be lost and found, if someone's intoxicated, or if a crime happens, things like that. We have to police each other. We have to think about those things, and it's not all positive things, because when you have huge events like this, we also have to think about the impacts on the negative side, and how we're going to step up to address those issues. So in that sense there, it's going to benefit all of us. So that we're thinking on a not just individual tribes, but we're thinking of as nations coming together and trying to make this a good, clean event. What we also want to have our own celebration too. I know the schools, you'll be hearing from the 𝗟𝗟𝗡 tribes director there for tribal schools. She's going to come and give you a brief report on what she's planning to do with the schools, and maybe it'll give you some ideas on what you can bring to the table. And that's what this is all about. This is all about sharing ideas. This is all about sharing traditions. This is all about coming together, working together in a good way, and enjoying this this event. There are no wrong questions. Your questions and comments are always welcome. If you want to bring your ideas to the table, the door is always open. So there's nothing set in stone. It's not too late to throw out suggestions. One of the other things that we need to discuss is the beginning. Are we going to have an opening ceremony? And if so, where are we going to have it at? I do know Russell is in charge of the council lodge. So if you're interested with building a council lodge, you can get with Russell over there, and he can. You guys can collaborate and see how you can bring your ideas together and create that council lodge. I do believe the council lodge is going to be, if I can figure this thing out, right along here. Somewhere along here is the council lodge. Now over here, on this side is, I believe, the RV park. All you urban Indians that that don't want to rough it like the rest of us, there'll be a park for RVs. It'll be right next to, I guess, the reenactment site. And this is all open land, and if you've been to the site, we think it's big enough. Maybe not. If not, we kind of have like a overflow plan where the real birds can open up more pasture to us. Well, that's one of the things that we discussed at our last meeting. So the real birds reenactment is right here. This road this is the battlefield site right here. So the only way to get to the campsite right here along the Little Bighorn River is you have to enter on a frontage road that goes alongside of I-90. There you go. Well, it doesn't show the frontage road. But there's a frontage road that comes along I-90 to the site, to this road right here. And then this is still blacktop, and that's where you enter right here. That's where you're going to enter the campsite. And that campsite is right here. The RV parking is I believe we designated close to the road here. So this is the RV parking right here for all you urban Indians, and I hope I don't offend anybody. Go ahead, sir.
I can pull up the Google map and I can adjust it from what you guys updated. I just need to be, I guess, submitted.
Yeah, can you get with IT over here? Yeah. Steve, go ahead. Please identify, before you speak, please identify yourself. It'd be helpful.
Steve Wilson, OST Emergency Management. We have some digital files that we put together for everybody to take a look at.
Melvin, I'm sorry, Steve, say.
No, yeah, we put together some digital files for mapping purposes to kind of show the campsites and some of the thoughts that we got from the trip up there a couple weeks ago. And I think they're emailed over to them if they want to pull those up. We was planning on doing it at 1.
Yeah, 1 o'clock after lunch, we'll give you, and that's Steve Wilson from Emergency Management. They'll be doing the command center. We're working with law enforcement, our security, so they're all collaborating together on this effort. And they'll be giving you a better view from what we have of the maps at 1 o'clock. Is the food ready? Yes? Who's hungry? See some grumpy faces over here. I better. But overall, that's just the basic the layout of it. But I did want to mention that we do have a budget for this, and we'll give if you have anything that may need funding for the camp, please get with your designated tribe, and so we can bring your ideas together and see how we can incorporate it with this funding. Keep in mind, there's a lot of tribes, so there's a huge number of people and resources out there, and we can't fund everything, but we'll have to take care of the camp first. Okay, with that, Mr. Melvin Minor has the spirit plate. And I'll turn it over to him.
Oh, Wopila there. Chie. I just want to say Wopila Tonka. It's a high honor to be able to give today's blessing for our food. With that, I know we're hungry here, so I'll go ahead and do our prayer. How Tukashila Wakatonka. Wambligleshka Date Adopa Naun Chimaka. Ana Gopta. Nake Siche. Oi Waink de Ushimakila Yellow Tukashila. Leapetiki Wopila Chichapelo. Wichoni Uopiala Tukashila. Tunkaka Rabbi Nicha. Ohukesh ni Wiana Wakaeja ki. Uyute ki Okia Washtea Yo Tukashila. Ucheke Mitake, Wichozani na Wichoni Tukashila. Creator, Great Spirit, we come to you today in a good way, in a good, humble way to say, Wopila, thank you for bringing us together, for getting us here safely. We ask that you can bless each and every one of us and our relatives. We ask that you bless our food here today so that it may bless our minds, our bodies, our spirits, and we ask that you continue to watch over our meeting here and give us guidance and give us help and watch over our relatives, those that are suffering and struggling and having difficulties. We ask that you can give us unity and good hearts so we can be good relatives and come together in a good way. And we ask that you bless the writers that will be writing and bless everybody traveling. And we ask for a good, positive event during our commemoration. Hohechetu, dakiase.
Oh, Wopila. So those of you that are eating with us, elders first. And we'll, for those of you that are online, we'll resume at 1 p.m. So we'll take an hour lunch break, and we'll resume at 1 p.m. Thank you. This afternoon, I know most of those folks that left for lunch would probably be trickling in here, but if you haven't eaten, I believe there's more food on this side if you're still hungry. But we're going to continue on with our agenda. Tony, we good? Okay. All right, so in general, we're trying to make this event comfortable for all the tribes to come and set up their camp and enjoy themselves and take part in this celebration, one of the greatest victories of our tribes, our nations. I believe it's going to definitely show an impact on to the United States that, we're still here. And we ought to be proud of ourselves, in representing our tribal nations. And we need to tell our side of the story. So, but just wanted to put that out there, we just kind of constantly remind ourselves that this event is for all of us. This event is open to the public. These meetings are open to the public. I want to say that again because I think some of the questions were asked this morning is there a fee to this event? No. It's totally free. It's for the people, the 𝗟𝗓𝗓. So, and I highly encourage everybody to take part. And we're going to continue just repeating those kind of messages to the public here, in case you're just stepping into one of our meetings, that this is open to the public. So at this time, we're going to move on with our agenda, and we have our the Oglala Sioux Tribes EMS team here. They went out and they took some aerial pictures, and the emergency management services, they're going to kind of coordinate the camp security, and they're going to ensure the safety of this event. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Steve Wilson, and he can talk a little bit about what he has planned for this event. And he'll talk about what kind of measures they're taking to ensure the safety of this event. Steve?
Good afternoon, everyone. Steve Wilson, OST Emergency Management. We've been to a few of the meetings so far, getting ready to get up north to Montana area for the 150th. Working with some of the groups, like the security group, Ethan's crew from Rosebud, putting together some information and some some logistics to keep a lot of things safe of what we're going to be doing up there. There's going to be a lot of influx from, I think, a few events that are going to happen. Not only what we're doing there, Crow Fair Days will be happening with a lot of their events throughout the week. So there's going to be an influx of people coming in for that, back home for those events, along with the 150th. From everybody from the groups here and tourists and things like that coming up. So we want to do our best to plan and coordinate a lot of the events that will be happening. I don't think we'll be involved with a lot of the planning on the events that you have, but certainly with the safety surrounding those, from getting a lot of these logistical pieces put in place and making sure that we have sufficient safe room to move in what we're doing. So one of the first things that we talk about, we got our map up here. And forgive me, I took these from my notes as we did our visit up there a couple weeks ago. But you can see the park area outlined up here. We have some of the areas that we thought were going to be close to some of the discussions that were had. But like anything, I brought some bigger maps that we can. Yeah, if you can do a couple per table. I think I only got 40. Cordelia will pass out a couple maps per table if you guys want to just pass them around to your groups and take a look at them. Mark them up if there's anything that we might have missed, any suggestions, but a lot of this stuff was suggested by the landowner up there. You know, some of the camp areas up here, vehicle parking, EOC medical, RV parking a little closer to the road, security entrances, and possible overflow parking. If there's going to be a need for extra space to put up campsites, he was going to look at where those would be so we could plot those out. The other thing you see down here in the corner is this is the area where the schools have designated their campsite, which is actually across the river. We'll be working on putting some things together for entrance and that, to keeping it safe, making sure there's security available. Talking with the Park Service, Josh here, there's other resources from the park side, the federal government side, that we'll be talking to next week to deal with some of the challenges like water issues. We're gonna have a lot of children up there that'll be running around the campgrounds, things like that. The water is up quite a bit from what I understand, from what it's normally at. So we want to make sure that everybody's safe that's camping around or doing any activities around that area. So, I don't know, there you go. Thank you. So back at this table here, I got a couple of bigger maps that we can write on, and we can go back and make corrections that we can get out to everybody. To I got the mic too close, I guess. So we can mark those up. So any campsites that I might have wrong or that I don't have included, could you please come back there after a bit here and mark those out and kind of let me know where groups will be or certain things should be. I put a cookhouse or a cook shack right in the center here, and it's probably not where it needs to go, but make some suggestions to me. I think one of the things that we want to do is limit a lot of the vehicle traffic through here. That's the request from the landowner. So he does have cattle and horses, things like that's in this area. So we're trying not to tear it up too much as we're down there for the few days. So putting things that make sense, that's safe, where we can get to and make sure that people can access it, whether they're elderly or handicapped or anything like that. So a couple of things I want to talk about, I guess, real quick here and touch on is a few of the things that we talked about at the last meeting. I want to say I think it was Rosebud. In any nations or tribes that have resources, extra resources that they can send up, like we talked about, medics, anybody that has experience in medical field or first aid, CPR, and kind of involved in a response type atmosphere back within your nations, check with them to see if they can come along for that. We definitely want to make sure that we have adequate medical and response type personnel on the ground, because of Crow Fair happening up there, a lot of those resources are going to be dedicated to the activities that they're going to be doing. So we're going to have extra out there to make sure that what we're doing in our campsite through the memorial site up there, and that is covered as best we can. Go ahead.
I guess my question would be for you is like, do you guys have like a contact list of like, say if we have some security that a tribe can send over and stuff, do you guys have a contact list of the security, the logistics, and so forth, medical, that we can reach out to them and say that we do have some volunteers that we can go ahead, but how do we get in touch and make them connect, them contacts with them? Do you guys have a list of phone numbers that we can take back with us?
Yeah, definitely. We'll have contact sheets here at the end of our meetings here to make sure everybody's on the same sheet of music for contacts. I'll be doing primarily a lot of the logistical items, you know, from getting things put in place, but Ethan's going to be primarily the security, working on that side of things. So we'll make sure that everybody's got a contact so we can kind of streamline it and it's not going in different directions for contact. So, you know, we talked about possibility of fire issues, things like that. So on the visit that we did up there, you know, we're pretty green up there right now. Up in the Crow area, they got a lot more moisture than we did down here. So they're not looking too bad for wildland issues when it comes to fire. But I think if we, from our reservation or from our tribe, we're probably thinking we're going to send up one of our Type 6 units to have on standby at the campsite. And I also think I have a couple of firefighters that will be coming up to assist, to be on scene for the week up there. So we're working on that, keeping at least one Type 6 fire truck on scene up there. Also some EMT and first aid CPR type personnel to be up there. So Ivor wasn't be able to make it up today. He's the acting chief of police for Pine Ridge right now down there. But he's looking at right now what he can do for law enforcement, what he can send up for law enforcement officers, if they can get some away for the event. I don't know if there's any tribes here that have resources from their public safety department that can attend. You know, if so, try and get with, and I think Ethan's going to do a presentation right after mine here and talk about the security thing. So if we can get contact information for those, if so, that'd be great. Some of those issues we talked about, medical, making sure that we have medical personnel, of course, have an area designated for life flight. I believe that the park probably has something up there on site for designated landing zone for life flight if needed. We can put one together for our campsites down there too if we need to, if something prohibits us from getting to the hospital there in Crow Agency. So we'll work on getting that put together for coordinates and get that plotted onto our map here. Cell phone coverage, with the influx of people coming in, communications are probably going to be taxed quite a bit. So cell coverage is probably going to be either slow or non-existent for a lot of things. People will be on social media, they'll be posting a lot of video, a lot of conversations going back and forth and content. So some of those areas that we know down in that campsite area, testing it in a few of the areas, it's good some areas, it's kind of bad in some areas. So we're working on trying to get something that we can amplify the signal down there to be able to provide a better coverage for cell service in the areas. Some of the other safety issues we talked about, water, of course, just mentioned a little bit about it, the river flowing through there. We'll see what things look like as we get closer to the date there, and if what we're told is, you know, a lot of snow melt coming down into the river areas, so how high that's going to get. There's always, you know, some sort of something going on with Mother Nature, so we really need to stay in tune with the weather and weather patterns that are happening, and keep updated on weather alerts for things there. So we want to make sure that once we get up there, we'll start talking to individuals coming in, and hopefully we can have something put out to each carload or caravan that comes in with some instruction as far as weather, some contact information, and where they can go and and things like that for safety. So that's our hope, to have those, to be able to give that at the gate, at the entrance there. Riders, horseback rides, the rides coming in before the hill charge events, things like that. There'll be riders coming in. We'll have, definitely have a concern for that, for the younger riders, inexperienced riders that are coming in, injuries, bruises, sprained ankles, possible broken bones, things like that too. So we have to plan for that for the riders that are coming in. One of the biggest things would be that we want to monitor too is our heat stress out there. Heat and cold stress day and night, making sure that staying hydrated, making sure we have sufficient clothing to ensure that everybody's well suited for the day and night climates that are up there. The logistics wise, some of the things that we talk about up there is what we hear a lot about is the water, quality of the water up there. So with that said, I think even everybody coming in will be bringing some sort of case water or jugs or something like that, but a lot of everything that we're bringing in is going to generate waste. So we're going to have to be kind of mindful about what we're doing with that, keeping things picked up and cleaned up around our campsites and making sure it's disposed of pretty quick. So they're working on getting the solid waste programs involved to take care of that issue. Porta potties, same thing. I believe that there's individuals that are working on getting those logistics items figured out and put in place and serviced for the campsites and areas. So I was talking with Josh a little bit ago about getting on a call next week with the federal agencies up there and getting a kind of in tune on the same page with a lot of the agencies that'll be helping out, BIA, parks, things like that for any type of emergencies, and just coordination and overall for all events that are going on. I know that we are kind of separate from what's happening in Crow Fair days, but not really when it comes to response stuff. It's all one and the same. Nobody really stays to one area when things are happening like that. So if it's an emergency that warrants to bring other resources in, it's going to be pulled from something that's close by. So we're going to have to coordinate real close about how we pull those resources, what resources we have. So we'll be getting on calls with the Park Service hopefully next week to walk through some of that stuff. Is there any other questions for me? I think we have quite a bit that we're working on. I know equipment-wise, we're figuring out what we're going to bring up, how we're going to bring it up. I know one of the questions that I got from one of the meetings was riders wanting to bring hay in and making sure that it's okay for someone in South Dakota to bring hay into Montana to one of the areas there because of the threat of thistle or something like that. So I'm not familiar with any of that stuff. If there's someone in here that's familiar with that, you can educate me on that as soon as we finish up here. Harold can tell us about that maybe. Any questions for me?
Steve, are you going to have the larger map up so people can make change campsite, move a campsite or anything like that? Will that be put up somewhere or?
Yeah, if I can put it up on that wall back there, I don't know if we need tape or tacks or what, but we can put them up back there so people can take a look at them and mark on them if they want. I'd like to have everybody's input on where these camps are going to be, so when we finalize a map that everybody's kind of familiar with, that we don't have 20 maps floating around that has everything different on it. So if we could put them up on that wall or an easel or something back here, we can mark on them, or even on the table back there.
Steve? Yep. Jody with Buffalo's Fire and the Indigenous Media Freedom Alliance, or Native Media Freedom Alliance. I'm glad to hear you say that you'll put maps up there to figure out where the camping sites are, because every map I'm seeing different campsites
Right.
where people are going. And then the other thing is, so this map largely is for, you know, Cheyenne, and Northern Cheyenne, the Yosheti Shikoe, but then we have what is being called the All Nations group. So I just got a call from a Omaha woman who's coming up from Colorado, and she doesn't know where she can camp. She doesn't know if there's going to be showers. There's no point of contact for people are planning to take a week off and drive long distances, so there's a lot of uncertainty from people. So who is the point of contact for that to start answering people's questions, like where are they going to camp, where are they going to shower?
Right, good question. I will refer that to President's office there. Cordelia or Valerie maybe might have had that discussion with other entities. We have the river there.
Yeah, I told that woman that there was a river there.
Yeah, she probably didn't think that was too funny. Huh?
She didn't.
Right. Yeah, definitely. I think there's some finalized things that we're, as close as we're getting, I think we need to finalize what we have and get it out there and try and agree on something in the next 2 days here on where things are going to be, so we don't have a lot of that information multiplied and sent out and it not being accurate. So, and I know it's hard to plan when we have the resources that I think most nations share is a lack of them. So I want to make sure that we can all get as much as we can on accurate. Go ahead.
Yeah, Tom Inglesaff, Cheyenne River. Just to go back to that lady's question with regard to camping. As Chairman LeBeau stated earlier this morning, we too have 200 acres south of this location. I think it's like about 2.5 miles down the road. And we are adjacent to the 7th Ranch RV campground, which is right there. We are going to be working with them to utilize he's either going to bring in a temporary shower facility or somehow work out a schedule of when people from the 200 acres could come in and shower at the RV camp as well. He's looking at what it's going to cost him and how we could cost share that somehow as well. But we told him we're planning on 300 people. That's kind of what he's looking at. That campground, that RV park is full. It's committed for the whole weekend. So he said he has that full, so his on-site shower is going to be taxed. So that's why he's considering the temporary showering facilities and then sharing that cost with us, I guess. So that's what we're looking at for the 200 acres. And as Chairman LeBeau said this morning, everyone is welcome to camp with us as well. It's rather inconvenient to go up there. We've already surveyed it a little bit, and it's further south on that access road from the Real Bird's place, but you can get there. It just takes a little time doing it. But you're welcome there, and that's kind of what we're planning on for showers. And we're just planning on just basic infrastructure there. We too are planning a cook shack, and then we're getting it basically the camping area set up for a 𝗟𝗚𝗡 ceremony on the evening of the 26th, late afternoon of the 26th. And what Cheyenne River is planning is they're only planning 2 days of basically camping there. We're planning to camp on the 24th or invite people in on the 24th And then Cheyenne River is leaving on the 27th with all of their infrastructure stuff. And the reason that they decided that, the planning committee decided that back home, was kind of following what happened 150 years ago. The battle on the 25th, gather the wounded, mourn the dead, and then on the 26th, they had their celebration and disbanded. So that's what Cheyenne River is kind of following, that same format.
Thank you for that info. Cook Shack too, I know there was discussion on who's setting that up and who's running that. If any more info on that, I guess after we're done, we'll be at this back table back here. We can talk through some of that. But is there any more questions for me on? There you go.
Yeah, Tom Eaglestaff again. How are your EMS people handling their licensure issues? We have our licensed EMS people and nurses and nurse practitioners who are interested in going, but they don't know how their licenses, professional licenses, would be covered in temporary situations like that.
Right.
It's not a declared emergency, so how would they qualify their licenses and protect those licenses? How are you guys doing that?
Well, that's the same question that we're getting to from them. I think that's probably a higher up question for IHS from us, because we had some discussion with some of the EMTs as well, and they had that very same question: is how can we do that from here to there, without having some kind of issues on license or being able to do that. So I'm still waiting for an answer back on that. But if you hear anything on that on your side, let me know, please, because that's definitely a question for that we have out too.
Okay, if there's any more questions for Steve, kindly raise your hand. Chairman Starr comes out, had to step outside for a quick minute, so he asked me to cover the meeting for him till he gets back. I'm sorry, I'm sitting down, but I'm waving over here. Anyway, Louis, good voice, Eagle. So if we have any more questions regarding EMS, health-related, one question that I had, Steve, was have you contacted all the CHR programs within the tribes that are participating?
Not in all of them. We've talked to ours and some of the past directors that were in there and getting some of the questions answered, I guess, on what they used to do on it and what they're looking at doing going forward. But I haven't, not with the nation's total. So.
Okay, I do know that Rosebud, we're going to be having our own CHR camp within our Rosebud camp, but we're certainly open to helping anybody else that comes through is in need anyway. But, well, I see President Starr comes back is here, so I'll give it over to him. But thank you for your presentation. If we can give him a round of applause for all the hard work that he's done, I think it'd be greatly appreciated.
All right, thank you, Steve. I hope that gave you a better insight of what we're looking at. Was there any questions? Any other questions that you had? No? Wow, I think that lunch is kicking in, huh? Okay. And Steve, I assumed you went over the security part? Okay, so Ethan? Is Ethan here? Okay, we'll go on to our next presenter, and that's one of our biggest concerns is the security part of it. And this next gentleman here, he's going to talk a little bit about the things he's working on and how he's collaborating with EMS and to make this a better event. So I'll turn it over to Captain. Yeah, Captain One Feather, Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Good afternoon, everybody. Again, my name's Ethan One Feather. I'm the captain for Rosebud Sioux Tribe Adult Corrections. So I've been put in charge of the security personnel, the security logistics of this event. And originally I went from just managing the security staff for my tribe in our little camp area to now managing it for the entire security personnel. And that's what I've been working on, is coming up with our site security plan. And we've been working on it, you know, since I've been on board with the project. So just a little bit of what I was able to get done. Right now, for what we're going to be doing is providing our sort team, and that's the you know, the words you see on my shirt there. It stands for Special Operations Response Team. They're like a cell extraction unit within our facility. They're specially trained officers and, you know, TAC med, riot procedures, crowd control, things like that, chemical agents. They deal with all that stuff within our facility, our jail. They're the ones that are first on the scene, and they have to help, you know, deal with this chaos, this stress environment. So, and another thing that these officers, specifically, you know, their professionalism is managing shifts. Each of these officers has been a supervisor, a sergeant, or a corporal in some capacity within our facility, leading crews of 8 to 9 officers within our detention facility, this, you know, through a night shift or swing shift, day shift, things like that. So they deal with a lot of this high stress stuff that we're going to be dealing with here. You know, pulling odd hours, pulling these doubles. So this is the crew that I'm going to be bringing, and they're going to be supervising the security staff. Currently I have 8 of them, so including myself, 8 of us. So there'll be 4 per shift, and how we're planning to do this, just I'll touch on a little bit of the logistics of what our intention is when we get there. We're going to have 2 shifts, so we'll have a day shift and a night shift, 24-hour security. That's the goal, that's the objective, is to provide 24-hour security round clock throughout the whole event, and that'll be you know, securing a perimeter a little further outside the camp to make sure, you know, everything's secured, covered, and there aren't any threats that arise outside our view. And then with inside the camp, you know, utilizing basic foot patrols and radio comms to stay in communication with each other, so we're constantly checking and you know, logging this stuff should something occur. And one thing that these guys also specialize in is working with other agencies, coordination. So, you know, something happens at our facility that we can't handle, you know, we're working with EMS, we're working with fire, we're working with special agents, law enforcement. That's sort of what we do. So that'll be their job. My sort team's job, their role would be to supervise these security personnel that want to come aboard. And then another big thing that we're trying to actively do right now is recruit. So we're in the recruiting phase right now. Currently I have about 20 security staff that are ready to go, that are going to be attending this event. So that's 10 per shift about. That's including the sort team members that are going to be supervising these security staff, making sure that they stay on task, you know, that they're not, you know, sitting around and, you know, staying on their phone, whatever, that they're actually watching the camp and they're actually doing these checks and you know, communicating with the community members and stuff like that, making sure everyone's safe. They're going to be in charge of facilitating that, kind of keeping everyone on track. So they're specially trained officers that are going to be coming with me. I wish I could have brought them today. They have some stuff going on, training and all that stuff back at the facility. They're also in charge of the training program. So they train a lot of our correctional officers back home and work with other agencies as well. But right now, I got a question over here from somebody asking about contact info for security. That would be me. I do have contact cards, so I'll hand those out if you want to come up to me and get one. Anybody in this room knows anyone that's wanting to help with security. It's a lot of ask. It's hard work. It's not going to be easy. You know, some people are going to be staying up all night, all day, working in this heat. You know, we're kind of acting as that second helping hand as well, you know, setting up and breaking down the camp, all this other stuff. It's going to be very strenuous work. It's going to be tiring, so exhausting. It's pretty hard to get people to want to commit to this and to want to do it. You know, I myself have been in this since it was brought to me early in the year. So I've been making it my responsibility to make sure that the people I select and that I choose to look after the camp of everybody in here and everybody attending is making sure that the security staff are goal-oriented and that they're going to take care of you guys and make sure everyone's safety is a priority. So that's what we're trying to do. That's what the recruiting process is such a hard thing, is because I have a big ask for these people. You know, they call me and they're telling me, oh, yeah, we'll do it. I find out where it's at, oh, that's a long drive. Or, you know, they find out how long we're working, oh, man, I was only going to do it for a couple hours. You know, it's pretty hard. It's really hard to ask these guys to come out here and dedicate that much time, and you know, there's no shame in not wanting to do any of that, but that's to the extent I'm willing to take this running the security operation. So I do have a contact list set up, a running list right now. I'm adding people to it. The whole goal right now is not only to get the recruitment going, get more security staff on board, pull resources from, you know, other tribes. What can we all bring to the table in terms of, you know, like two-way radios, tents, sleeping bags? I believe my emergency management program is providing us with around 80 to 100 sleeping bags. So, because we are camping on site, the security staff are camping there. So we're not going to be staying in a hotel. We're going to be at the tents, the security tents, stuff like that. So we maintain a full security staff at all time. But pulling those resources together, trying to get the security side of things reinforced. So that's what we're currently doing, is getting our resources straight. I'm going to be working with Steve very closely on that, especially logistics. It's always good to be in the know for things, and that's how we run a detention center. You know, you always have to know everything that's going on inside your building. Well, we want to know everything that's going on inside the camp, logistic-wise and personnel-wise. We want to know everything. So that's currently what we're working on, is recruiting and getting our resources together. But I do have a contact list, so I have a running contact list of all the security. As I add to that as we go on here, as we're getting closer to the days, a couple weeks out here, 3 weeks out about, I'll be adding to that. And end goal right now for the last coming weeks of this, to get everybody on the same page, all my security staff on the same page. Everybody knows what to do. They know how to patrol. They know what shifts they're going to be doing. They know how to work the equipment. They're familiar with the procedures for what we're going to be doing with crowd control. You know, they know the contact list for all the emergency services out there should something occur. You know, they know basic CPR, first aid care, all that stuff. So all my SORT officers are certified in all of that, so they will be able to aid in that as well, as having another helping hand for the medical side of things. But I'll open this up right now for questions if anyone has any questions for me. Like I said, I do have contact cards, so. Yep.
Thank you, Ethan, right?
Yeah.
I'm in our council. I'm the chair of the Veterans Affairs. In our last meeting, there was made mention of using veterans groups for as security. So some of them asked, where do we stay in that type of thing? But they will be used, right?
Yes, of course. Of course, their help is wanted and very needed. I did speak with Felicia Antelope at the last Riverton meeting. Kind of gave me an insight on what she wants to do with the security stuff, and it was all really good stuff, utilizing not only the veterans' training and experience, but also some of the logistics they have set up, you know, and it goes down to, you know, how to patrol, how to keep a command center up and going, basic radio talk, things like that, you know, utilizing those training scenarios. So, yeah, 100%, I want to utilize all the veteran help I can get. It would only help make the security staff better and more coordinated in that sense. Yep. Yep.
At Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, at Greengrass, they're calling it green grass to greasy grass. Anyway, a lot of the tribes are going to travel to Greengrass, and then from there, all the horses they'll be riding to greasy grass. And so what kind of security will you have? You know, I know the Crows told us that they would try to put the horses by the river so they would have water. But what provisions are you making for the riders coming in?
Yeah, that's a good question. So there's a lot of things that are going to be going on throughout this time, a lot of activities, and you know, everyone's going to be away from the camp at certain times. So what we are going to be doing is placing a group of security with these riders wherever we choose to go. Not just the riders, but also you know, if there's other things we're going to be doing outside of the camp area, we're going to be sending a group of us to, you know, kind of help secure our people, because we're going to be not only we're all going to be far away from home within this own camp, but you know, just in general the area itself. So another good thing we really got to get down with is like Steve was saying, pulling our resources with the Crow Agency. You know, they have their Native Day going on. They have a lot of security for that. They said that's no question that they'll have the help there, the personnel there. So we'll be working close with them as well if we do need to step out of camp to do something. I'm sure they'd be you know, helping us with that stuff too. We can coordinate there too. Oh, yep. Yep.
Hello? So whoever you choose for security, when will they have to report at the camp and where? And will you have like riding security as well, riding around wherever the camps are? Because there's going to be several camps further away. Are you going to have, you know, security on horseback as well?
Yeah.
And one more question.
Yeah, yep.
Are they required to have the CPR certification?
No. Okay. We're also able to get anyone that wants to help in the time. If we can get it done next week, we can get people a CPR cert if they'd like it. It would only help our security operation even further, is having people trained, but not only in that, in other things too, you know, like radio communication, how to utilize the UTVs and ATVs, stuff like that. One concern, especially with using the property, was UTV and ATV usage. They want to minimize that as much as possible, and that's what we plan to do. But in terms of riding between these camps that are all kind of separated out, we will do that. We're also going to be bringing a couple of units of our own from our facility. You know, they have lights and sirens and stuff like that. Should we be in some type of emergency situation, we can definitely do that, but we'll also be using that to shuttle back and forth between these camp areas to move our security staff should we need to. But no one needs to be CPR certified or have any special certifications to come and do the security. We'll meet with you and get you as prepared as we can, get you on the same page as we can if anyone has any volunteers that want to help out. That's all we're looking for right now, is people that want to help, that are willing to make this sacrifice and this big commitment for this. Like I said, it's going to be a lot of hard work, so it's not going to be easy, but if they're willing to, you know, pick up the ball, we'll definitely teach them. And then the other question you had for the reporting, right? If they can get my contact information, that's what we're trying to do, is pick a day if we're all going to be meeting before and riding together at some area, or if we're all just going to meet at the camp and then start giving out the orders and the plan and stuff like that. For right now, the staff I had picked are all on the same page and coordinated, but as we're getting more people, that depends on, you know, how far they are, if they're willing to make the drive out to Rosebud, or we can set up some type of Zoom meeting, Google Meet, something like that. I can definitely get in contact with them, and we can break that down even further for meet days.
Ernest, Vice President for the Northern Cheyenne Tribe, are you gonna screen them or do drug tests on the security? Yeah. That's all I want to know.
Yeah, so a part of this recruiting process, and I know it's, you know, it's just part of the reason why it's so hard to bring people along the journey as well, is the screening process is a lot. You know, we're able to do our soft background checks and things like that. But also we want these people that are providing this service of security to also be in a good headspace, but also, you know, they need to be drug and alcohol free themselves. They need to be able to focus and, you know, that's kind of what I'm looking for, is throughout the screening process. And we have a soft interview of things that we do, you know, just looking at your experience and past, things like that, you know. But like I said, we're always wanting to help, but there is a process to it. I don't want to discourage anyone or offend anyone, but we're not trying to just let anyone come in and do this security thing if they're not going to take it serious, especially. So,
Ethan, what are the days that you'll be providing security? When will it start? When will it end?
So we're going to be there about a day or two before the actual event starts. So we plan on being there throughout the whole time, yeah, even up until camp takedown and departure. So, you know, as far as what we're picking, yeah, after we get done with what we're doing with our tribe for our TP harvest and kind of getting our stuff out there for the council lodge and stuff, our staff's pretty much going to be ready for the end of the month to start. So I don't have the dates exact offhand on when, but 2 days before is what we plan to be. So to set up our own security, logistics, our command center and all that stuff, start getting everything laid out. So get our vehicles all parked and our equipment set up.
So like the 22nd to the 26th or 23rd to, I'm just trying to get that straight.
Yeah, hold on. Yep, the 22nd, that Monday. And one last thing before I turn the mic back over here, I'll just kind of briefly go over what some of the details of the site security plan will be. Things include risk assessment, you know, looking at the population around what we have, any threat groups, gangs, or anything like that. Not only that, environmental factors, you know, like we have a river, we're camping right next to a river, is a flooding an issue, dry grass, things like that, the logistics Steve was talking about. That's going to be included in the risk assessment. Access control, that's going to be how we get into the camp, in and out, one point. We kind of looked at that on the map. And we'll, you know, security will be manning that access point as well as having an emergency route open at all times to let our emergency vehicles in should something happen or we need to make a fast exit. We'll have another exit point. We already picked it out when I went out there. We have it laid out, so it's going to be closed unless we need to open it. Obviously, personnel and staffing, what we just discussed, who we're bringing on, the screening process, what we can provide in terms of a SORT team for training, what we can assist them with, and then emergency response protocols, you know, what's going to be the procedure for a serious incident, a serious crime gets committed or something happens, what are we going to be able to do in terms of communicating and coordinating with our outside agencies to get this handled, get this under control. And also gear and equipment, that's a big one too, is, you know, gathering all of our resources, our radios, our tents, you know, tables, chairs, all that stuff, sleeping bags, all this to get the security staff in place so they're ready for the long haul for the week. So that's just a soft look at the security plan. We're also going to be in charge of the parking too for the vehicles. So we have a system in place. We do this a lot for like Black Elk's Peak when we go up there, for Rosebud Fair. We do a lot of the parking stuff as well. So, you know, as people come through, we'll stay on track and do our best to get everyone parked and in order, so that way there's no fender benders and no overcrowding, and we utilize that overflow plan for vehicle parking. So that'll be also something that we're in charge of too, and also making sure that the vehicle traffic is a minimum to zero throughout the camp to try to keep it as traditional as possible. So those are just the last touch-up things that I have for everybody if no one else has any questions. Okay, thank you guys, that's all I got.
I just have a comment. There's some maps up here on this west wall for anybody to look at and make corrections, because I know Rosebud has
Cordelia,
additional.
can you stand up?
Sorry about that.
She's over here in the corner.
The maps are up here. We'll put them up better, but please come and check it out and make any corrections, and they'll redo the map so that we'll have a better idea of who will be where and what's going to happen. Because I have been speaking with Russell. They do have a slight alteration to it. So thank you.
Also, for the security over there, even if you have groups, a group of boys or tokalas, things like that, that you want to bring, volunteer or security, we encourage you to do so. Get involved in this event here. I think it'll be a good learning experience. One thing that we wanted to do is, well, I wanted to do, but we didn't have the funding in place, was to harvest TP poles, so we didn't get that opportunity to do that. It probably can still happen, but that's just one thing I wanted to get some of our traditional groups there involved, such as the Tokalas and other groups out there that each tribes have that do those kind of things. Still going to reach out to some. We do have organizations that work with our youth that we can involve during this 3-day event. So just FYI, if you're, bring your ideas to the table so we can incorporate them. So, but anyway, thank you, Captain One Feather. I forget your name, but we have parks here. So I'm going to let this gentleman come up and I'm bad with names, I tell you. But he's going to give you a basic rundown on what they're working on during their event. Keep in mind, there's 3 events going on during this time, this week, week-long event. There'll be three events in one, should put it that way. So it's going to be a heavily congested area and for traffic, and so he'll give you a brief description of what he's doing. So I'll turn it over to the Park Service.
All good. Hi, I'm Josh Rosina. I'm here representing the parks. Superintendent Novitsky was not able to travel to be here, but I think he's trying to join online. So I am going to share this PowerPoint that we have. It's maps, it's information. Let's see. There we go. And feel free to ask any questions along the way as we go through this. Couple of minor updates. The visitor center, I think we've been sharing this, is going to be closed during the event. They are diligently working to have the north side open. So what you see in this picture on your right, they were pouring this concrete yesterday, so we'll be able to walk around. This is closest to the road, so you'll be able to walk around the building, see the building. They're trying to have the outside as nice as possible so we can have a nice space to have the event. Kind of what to expect. 3-day event. There's going to be a lot of people coming in from all over the place. I think, we've been talking about that all day. So access will be provided from off-site parking. We've contracted with a shuttle company to bring people in. The event is open to the public, the general public, so you'll see people from all over the place coming in. There's not much parking on site, so that's where that off-site parking will be key. There's not going to be any food service on the battlefield up there, so bring snacks with you. There's going to be water, so bring a water bottle. There's going to be plenty of water. We do have a few more open spots for these cultural booths to do any sort of information sharing, demonstrations, but we just can't sell anything in those booths. And, you know, one of the main things we're doing is we're trying to manage the operations within the park. We just don't have the people to manage things off-site, but we are helping to facilitate what's going on just in the general area. So, this is one of the new maps. I don't think anybody here has seen this, so we will have 3 shuttles going during the event, one from the off-site parking lot, one at the Real Bird camp. So we're trying to minimize the amount of cars just going in the area. So this was approved by Mr. Henry Real Bird and the Crow Vice Secretary. So we do have approval to do this. And then there will be another shuttle for people to get from the main parking lot area where the stage and all of that will be up to Last Stand Hill, Indian Memorial, and then out to the Reno Benteen site. So people will be able to walk up the hill if they want, but we want to have as much access to, you know, elders, ADA, just anybody to get up there. Oh, that would probably help. Yeah. So where we're planning to have the Real Bird camp spot is up here. The map, we just didn't get that updated in time. So we'll be doing this right at the security checkpoint. So people will be getting on and off the bus where there is the security for the camp. This is an updated event map that we are hoping to start getting out to the general public. Yes. Okay. So up here by the Stone House, this is the Stone House over here. This is where the shuttle will be dropping people off from off-site. And the main walkway will be coming up through the cemetery up here. The main stage is going to be off to the right, and it's going to be similar to the 100th anniversary. So it'll have that same backdrop. We're going to have a couple of 40 by 60 foot tents out there for shade. There's going to be, I think, 700 to 800 chairs in the area. We're also planning to have a smaller tent for elders and ADA that's closer to the stage, with seating in that area too. Let's see. Right now, we are planning for Mr. Arvel Looking Horse to do our opening prayer in the morning. The other thing is the Parade of Nations. It's what we're calling it. We're hoping to get a representative from each tribe to carry the flag, each nation's flag, over to the main stage, put it into a base so that we can celebrate all the nations during the event. So one of the things that we do need is the name of the person that y'all would like to see carrying each flag so that we can get those logistics sorted out. The Crow Chairman, he will be doing an opening speech for us as well as the host nation being there on the Crow Reservation. We do have the 7th Cavalry Regiment coming out of, well, it got renamed again to Fort Hood again. So they're going to present the U.S. flag for us to represent the military. We're also going to have color guards. We're inviting all the nations to also be participants in the color guards. We know there's a lot of veterans, so we want to celebrate the veterans that are here with us too. Now, what we've been trying to get to is the agenda. This is what we've been working towards. On the 25th, we've got a lot of people that want to talk, a lot of people that want to do presentations. So if you notice, these are about 15-minute time slots. This is also a draft. We're going to need to do a little bit of movement around. One of the things that I'm hoping to do is calling out President 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗄 is getting his time figured out when he can talk. Yeah. Once we get to the 26th and 27th, the time slots get a lot bigger. They're going to be 30 minutes to an hour. Oh, did I switch it too fast for the pictures? Okay. And I'll show the other couple of days as well, and then we can come back and sit on any of these slides to talk about. And then you can see on the 26th, a lot bigger time slots. We do have a couple more presentations laid out. And then on the 27th, one of the things that was suggested to us is doing a tribal panel on what the battle means 150 years later. So why are we still talking about this? What does it mean? Why are we teaching our future generations about what happened? So we've got a couple of people confirmed to do this, but it's 2 people, I think, so far. So if y'all have an idea of who would be good to represent, to talk about this, the history and the future, I want to hear from y'all. So let us know so we can get this coordinated. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's actually titled Parallels to the Washington.
We can get that updated, yes.
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh, yes, sir.
Mario Gonzalez. I know that the National Park Service officers have law enforcement authority over their area and can give tickets and, enforce federal law. And I know the Crow tribe must have some authority over, outside that area within the reservation, and probably state police over white people. Is there any type of an MOU or MOA between the various law enforcement agencies, federal, state, or otherwise, that exists or to coordinate your efforts in terms of law enforcement?
So, great question. We have been working with the local sheriff's office, BIA, the Crow tribe. We, as the Park Service, do have an MOU with the sheriff's office so that if something were to happen, like a big event, somebody trying to do something real bad, then that's the purpose of that. We don't have the people to try to do any sort of enforcement of anything off the site. Our main priority is the health, life, and safety on the battlefield, but we are also here to help. So if the sheriff's office calls, or I'm not sure where an MOU is with BIA, but I can find that out. So we can respond to some of that off-site stuff. So if there was a big car wreck or something on 212, like, we could go out there and help with that. So. there, you know, I mentioned the color guards and the bringing the flags in and speakers. We do have the honorariums set up so that those participants can receive those honorariums. We'll be asking for some information to be provided, a tax form, and we'll be able to cut that check on site right after. So. One of the other things that we don't have much of is any of the dance groups or drum groups, so we'd like to get some more information so that we can get some more people scheduled. We've been talking a lot about maps. We have another map for you. I think we've been sharing this. It's all very similar to what y'all have seen so far. It's laid out from a different, this is a Montana website, so the Park Service is in purple, the Real Bird property is there, CRST down there. Captain One Feather talked about the Crow Native Days happening. There's also the Bighorn Days over in Hardin, so there's a bunch of stuff happening around. Yeah. And then I've got my contact info and Superintendent Novitsky's contact info, so y'all can call us, email us, contact information for any of the drum groups, dance groups, if y'all have got questions along the way. Yeah. Any questions? I know I ran through this fairly quickly, but I'll get back to this 25th agenda and leave it there.
Will you be able to send this out to the planning groups, all the emails there?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we'll be able to send this out. Chris, yes.
I'll go after you.
The day of June 25th, I know I saw a flyer that says you were going to be closed, right? And you were going to run people in from a parking area. Is that still your charge, or is that, am I
You are
reading
correct.
it correctly?
Yes, you're stating that correctly. Yeah, so the battlefield will be closed to vehicle traffic. It'll be open. It'll be a fee-free day so that anybody comes to the site, you get in without paying the normal gate charge. But yes, it'll be off-site parking, and a shuttle bus will bring you onto the site.
Have you identified the parking area?
We are still working with the Crow tribe to get a parcel of land, but that has not been finalized yet. We're also working on some other contingency areas, but it's all right there off of 212. So we'll let you know when we know.
Okay. My last question would be, that's for vehicles. But what if some horseback riders come in? What are you going to do?
Well, we would like to talk to any of the horse groups so that we can get that scheduled. One of our biggest concerns is the safety of people. There's going to be a lot of people there, and a lot of people who have not been around horses, or they might be afraid of horses. So we want to keep the horses and the horse riders safe, also the people not on the horses safe. So let us know when those groups would want to come in, and we can make sure that this is a safe event.
Hi, Christopher Eaglebear from the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Just for clarification for anyone that's new here, So this event is separate from the event that we're currently planning, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
There's stuff happening down at the Real Bird property and up on the battlefield.
Okay, and so you, not you, but the park committee, they want one of our Lakota speakers or our elder speakers or Dakota speak, one of our people to come and share stories on behalf of our people. What assistance have you guys done for our movement over here?
We do not have the funding to provide to any events happening off-site.
Okay, so you want us to come over there though and provide the stories? Oh, thank you.
Josh, over here, Steve Wilson. I don't know if you addressed it, so I was putting some stuff on the map, but I know last meeting we talked about drone coverage, things like that. Did you cover that?
So launching drones from on-site on the park property is not allowed. We are looking at bringing our own drone for if something were to happen, somebody gets lost, search and rescue purposes. But generally speaking, drones are not allowed. Another thing with, I think Life Flight was mentioned we don't have a spot within the park to land a helicopter, but there is a helicopter landing pad at the IHS hospital, like right across the street.
Yeah, we'll use that one in our mapping, and if anything comes up to the point where we need to put one down, we'll have an LZ put together at the campsite. We will be taking up one of our M300s for security and for search and rescue if we have to do any of that. Do you guys have any geofences that are going around your park area? No? Okay. Thank you.
So I have a question. You see this agenda here? This is what's happening at the park. We have a totally different agenda on what we're doing. While this is going on, we'll be riding in, gathering, basically surrounding this event. So we got our own plan on riding in as tribes. But this is what they're doing on top of the hill. Their ceremony, what the Fed side, I guess, and all their speakers. Remember, you got to keep in mind there's 3 events going on during this time. You got the tribes across the river doing theirs. You got the Park Service doing their event, and then you got the Crow tribe doing theirs. So basically, they're surrounded. They're going to be surrounded by a lot of movement from different tribes going on. And as far as drone coverage, we did meet with the Crow Nation, and they don't have any, I guess, any laws or anything about drones right now. So it should be good, Steve, with that. So I just wanted to confirm that in case you're wondering if we're all collaborating off of one schedule. No, we're not. We're doing our own thing, and we'll start our charge. We were just talking about it, and I think we're going to start in the morning because I think we still have some misunderstanding on where we're going to meet up at and ride in. And I just was talking to some of Orville's people that are on his ride, and he does have a timeline. Should be that was sitting on a registration this morning. In his timeline, they're going to have a day of rest. So if they want, they can also camp out at our area. And that morning, we'll group and then ride in together and do one mass charge. Just want to throw that out there. Yeah.
Are y'all hoping to come on to the park as part of that?
No, I don't think so. That we're doing what we're saying was we're doing the charge as usual.
Okay.
But we'll be gathering as tribes.
Unless,
no, I'm just kidding.
1 second, Chris. One of the things that we are doing is from the Indian Memorial out to that fence line, we're going to put up a temporary trail so that people who are able to can walk out there to see the charge from that perspective. Personally, I'm pretty excited about that, but hopefully some others can do that.
What if we do come to the park? What if we do charge and we end up at the park? Like, honestly, what if we do? What is the park going to do in retaliation?
Turn that on. I'll say we are hopeful that we can partner with this and do this in a safe way, but we're not trying to do anything that's not safe, I'll say, yeah.
What's determined by not safe?
Having a lot of horses around a lot of people, basically. If we can get the horses in and have a route, like, I want to talk about that, like, to have the horses come through.
Okay. For the people that want to go speak at your event, are you guys going to provide anything for those people that wish to speak at your event?
Yes, there's the honorarium.
And is that base pay that you're going to pay all of them, or are you going to determine it?
No, there's
a base pay?
Base pay, yeah, that's.
And that's made out to the individuals that speak?
Yes, yep, right here. This is what this slide shows.
Okay. I apologize to my relatives if I say something that offends you, but we have an event miles south of this that they could come to if they want to know about who we are. Don't sell yourself out for $100.
I have a question too. With everybody there, I know we've always talked about the speed limit of 212. Is there anything that's going to be done to prohibit the trucks or watch them so that they don't come barreling through there? Or, will the speed limit be fixed for a while?
We are trying to work with the state to get a temporary speed reduction through that zone. Tate, we've been trying to get that speed reduced permanently for a while, to no avail at this point. The sheriffs will be around in the area. There will be a much higher police presence, so hopefully that will get people to slow down. Yeah. Any other questions for us? Yes.
So what my concern is with the Highway 212 is why don't they shut down that road? If you're expecting 10,000 people per day, isn't that a safety thing for the semis to be going through there? I mean.
You're 100% correct, and I asked the DOT if we can shut down that road to commercial traffic, and they said legally they're not allowed to. I mean, if you went out there, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's, they are planning to get in on their social media that there's going to be a big event in the area. And they've got a trucker specific app that information goes out too, that we're trying to get a message out for the week before and the week of, that this is going to be happening, pick a different route. So we're working with the state on that. We're also working with them. They've got those big signs that go over the highway, those variable messaging signs, that they're going to let us put some information up of event, slow down, go this way for the event kind of stuff. I do not know the jurisdiction of what that highway is, so yeah.
Okay, if we don't have any more questions for Joshua, we thank you for, coming and attending at all the meetings and such, and we'll let you go. Next on the agenda is a break, so let's take a 15-minute break. They've brought in some goodies, shake some hands, network, and we'll get back to our agenda. Thank you.
the horse groups and the placement of the campsites. So I think we narrowed it down. And we still need to coordinate with the Park Service on the route, but I think we have a better idea. And I think it's a way better route where we can ride in through the whole park on the blacktop, the asphalt road. So that might work a lot better. So at this time, I know we got about an hour left, and I want to try and get everybody on the agenda here. So I'm going to turn it over to Rosebud here, and they can go ahead and explain about what they're doing. Go ahead.
My name is Christopher Eagler. I'm a representative from the Rosebud Sioux tribe, and what we're going to have come up here at this time is our point of contact for our food committee. Explain everything that we have for that. But before we do that, we just wanted to make we wanted to say something to raise some awareness for tribes that might run into this problem that we ran into. Back at home in the Rosebud Sioux tribe, our local agency has denied our access to participate in the 150th anniversary. And it's funny because the agency of the Bureau of Indian Affairs supplied money for this event as well. So those of you that, and that comes from my own people. That comes from people back at home that are part of my own council that don't want this movement to happen. The Bureau is in charge of giving us the funds, and they did. But yet the local side of it is giving us a hard time. So those of you agencies, just keeping you aware that, that something like that may come up. But the thing that we accommodated is, as a Rosebud Sioux tribe, one thing I learned in the last couple of years being a part of the tribe, and one thing I really learned when I went to go visit the Whitecap Dakota up in Canada was to exert your sovereignty. Regardless of what the Bureau says, we're still going to go forward with our movement. Regardless of what the Bureau says, we're still going to make this event happen. And that's exerting our sovereignty. And so I just wanted to encourage each and every one of you that run into this problem with your own local agency, that you are a sovereign nation and it's time to exert your sovereignty. And so with that, I want to introduce Marcito Eaglebear, who's our point of contact for our food initiative, our food committee. And we have a lot kind of that we've been working on that we are still currently working on, and so I'm going to let her talk about that.
I'm so glad there's still a lot of you in here. I noticed people slowly walking out of the room. Excuse me. So we were asked, actually I wasn't asked. I came this morning and I seen my name on the agenda. So yeah, I'm happy to report where we are in Rosebud with our food committee efforts, and kind of quickly summarize or give you an outline of how we started and where we're at today. I just want to mention one thing. We started, we were called to a director's meeting, or a meeting, and they wanted all the directors in Rosebud to attend. In fact, I think it might have been mandatory. So February, so we went to the casino, and it was about this event, the planning of the 150th. And they wanted all the directors to play a part in the planning of this event by utilizing any kind of resources they may have, and to just, be a part of it. It's going to be and is one of the greatest events in our lives. So what really caught my attention, not only because this event, I think, should be humongous, but the fact that one of the directors said, I'm going to donate 500 pounds of buffalo meat for this. So I thought, oh my God. I mean, I thought that was really, I don't know, maybe spiritual. And I thought, I'm going to do something here too. And I didn't realize the magnitude of this job or this task. But I volunteered. I wanna head the food committee. I wanna head it. I'm interested in. I wanna make sure it succeeds. And so, yeah, that's how I ended up doing this. But food is medicine. We all know that. Water is medicine. And I think as Indian people, we have come a long ways. We have a lot of struggles. We hurt. We carry a lot of pain. We carry a lot of things that were pretty much thrown at us from the Battle of Little Bighorn event. Don't forget, 3 years after that, the government took all our young relatives. They took all the kids. Don't forget that. 3 years, boarding school. And that's how these girls and the 𝗟𝗔𝗪 Youth Council, that's how they really got involved with that, because they brought 9 of our kids back from Carlisle in 2015. They started that in 2021. They brought them home. So that is part of Battle of Little Bighorn. And so that's how they're involved. We have to remember that. We also have to remember that we're responsible for ourselves today. All the sicknesses we carry, we're responsible for that too. We need to take care of ourselves. We need to find ways to heal ourselves. Just imagine our relatives, the warriors that fought in that battle, all the lives that were lost in that war, in that battle. 3 years later, they took their kids away from them. That just blows my mind. Yeah. But, so it's about healing. And food, to me, food and water is part of that healing. And I want to be a part of that. So, the first meeting we called was, there was about 14 people that showed up. Now, those 14 are the ones. They're the key people. Anytime you call a meeting for a project, it's those people that are key. They're important. Doesn't matter how many there are, doesn't matter. Those are the key people. And so those 14 still with us with this project as of today. So the first thing we did was we created a menu. Now we have to think about outside, cooking outside, eating outside, everything outside. We have to think about health, healthy cooking, healthy food. We have to think about safety and all of that. And so we had a couple ladies that had some experience in that, and so we went ahead and develop the menu for 3 days. 3 meals, just snacks most of the day. We thought about the food that was simple but nutritious. We thought about, what else? We thought about least problem. I don't know if I'm saying the right word, but we don't want to burden the cooks because we're not going to be cooking. We just sat there and talked and developed a menu. So the cooks are the ones that are going to do this. So we wanted to lift that burden too. We wanted to help in any way we can. And so we were told that we can cook, pre-cook buffalo meat a week before. And so that's one of them. One of the things we're going to do. 320 pounds we're going to cook. And then we're going to freeze them. And then cakes, we're going to bake 300, well, they started baking them already, right? About 375 cakes we're going to bake. And then we're going to freeze them. What's the other? Oh, yeast bread buns. We're going to make about 500 of those, and we're going to freeze them. So that would kind of help the cooks a bit. We asked for donations from the programs. They all committed to donating food. So what we did after that was the menu we created, we followed that and then just came up with the grocery list. And so we did that, and as of today, I think Performance Food Service brought another load of food to my facility. We opened up one of the offices, counseling offices, and that's the pantry, the temporary pantry that we're using. We also have a deep freeze in the pantry. We're using that to keep things frozen. There's the schools at Todd County School District uses scrambled eggs, frozen scrambled eggs mix. I did not know that. So we have ordered boxes of those, and we're going to freeze those. So the cooks won't have too much to cook, just to be careful and warm things up, thaw them out when they need to. And so I think basically that's about it. Huh? Oh, yeah. We are facing some challenging times, and that is we put out a notice on what is that? Which media? Facebook for cooks, volunteer cooks. Haven't received any. But right now, in my community, there's Russell, five that are going to volunteer to cook. And those 5 have cooked at Russell Sundance for many, many years. So that's about the only thing that really concerns me right now is we don't have enough cooks. We're going to take some grills, about 4, maybe 5. 5, 6, 7 grills. And a lot of generators. A lot of the programs have canopies, vehicles, a lot of generators, coolers, grills, whatever they can to donate for the event. In fact, 2 of the programs have refrigerated vans that we could use for frozen goods that are gonna be going up there. Commodity office and community services. I can't think of anything else.
Our mobile food pantry that was donated, or our mobile freezer.
Apparently, I was just told just a while ago that there's a mobile freezer that we were donated, well, to use.
Anyways, I guess. So one thing that I believe is, I believe 𝗟𝗚𝗓, we're going to team up on this, correct? And feed the camps. And so that's one thing that we want to address is my grandmother talking about what we need in our shortfalls. We need cooks. We're still taking food donations too, such as canned goods, such as we still need paperware. We still need a lot of paperware. And then, we also have our own solid wastes that are going to be up there too, that'll take care of all the plastic and everything else, all the trash that we have. So that's taken care of. But those are the kind of the requests that we have for you guys out there. If you can provide some cooks for us, Marcita Eaglebear is the point of contact, as well as Dominique Harris. They'll be the ones to get a hold of. We still need more. We're still looking for any kind of donations that you guys can provide to make this event possible. Yes, way in back.
Hello. Hey, I used to work at the Club for Boys thrift store, and they always have extra cups and stuff that people donate to them. So if you wanted to call the Boys Club thrift store here in Rapid City, they might have some stuff that they just want to get rid of.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, just to let our Oglala relatives know that we're not going to make biscuits and gravy.
We'll take you, and then we'll take you first, and then we'll take you. So, good.
Okay. Would you be able to put your needs in an email? Because I live in Bozeman, Montana, and it's a pretty wealthy community. And I think if I had like a list of what's needed, like the materials, like the paperware, any food, I think I could put that together and put that out to our community, and then they would probably donate or donate money.
Okay.
But they would need to see like what is lacking in a list form, and so is that something we could get like in an email or something?
Yeah. Do that. Thank you. Thank you.
So we'll just need a point of contact, name, email address, and phone number.
So another area that really concerned me because we don't know how many people we're going to be feeding. We don't know, and so that kind of worries me in terms of how much food do we get. I don't want to have not enough. I'd rather have more than enough, right? So that's another thing that's very challenging for me. So we just kind of like think, okay, Rosebud Fair. There's a lady that sits on our team. She usually cooks for the Rosebud Fair, right? So she says she cooks for 2,000 people. And so I told her, I said, tell us what we need. How many pounds of meat per soup pot? How much, like that. So she's kind of been giving us some ideas. And so I just kind of been basing all the orders, food orders, on feeding 2,000 people. So it's the only way. I don't know. I don't even know how many people are going to go.
Steve Wilson, OST. First question, this is for the overall large camp, right? Okay, we have a reefer unit, I want to say it's a 16-foot reefer unit that we can send up. We also have a larger generator, like a 35 kW generator that would be able to power everything for the cookhouse or cook shack that we can bring up with multiple outlets, things like that. And we have, I think on our map, we put a spot where that camp cookhouse was going to be. If there's a certain place that you guys have in mind where it should go, let me know. We can plot that so we can put it on the map for everybody to see where that'll happen. Thank you.
Yeah, back there in the back.
I guess I have a question on, we have a lot of horseback riders that are coming over too. So are we going to support them with meals too? And where are we going to start with the meals? Are they going to start at supporting them at Ashland and as they make their way west? I think there's like 4 days of riding. So are they on their own, or are we going to support them?
So the idea behind the food committee for this is for the camp, and so that would have to be another conversation that we would definitely need to have sooner than later. But the idea behind what we're trying to do is for the main days of those camps, the 23rd, 4th, 5th, and hopefully the 26th. But for sure, those first 3 days, though, we will provide enough food for 2,000 people. But like my grandmother said, we do desperately need more. We need more food. We always want to have more than enough rather than not enough at all. More workers, more volunteers for the cooks, more grills, more propane tanks. With the refrigerator units and everything else that will be donated, thank you for those too. But each and every one of us knows a good cook. We know someone that we can rely on that can cook at least for enough food for 100 to 200 people. If you can recommend those people to help join this effort, that would be amazing and terrific.
We can't pay them either.
It would have to be a volunteer based as well. Any other questions? Yes.
Logistical question. So there's one main cook camp for the camp. I guess I'm just wondering, I had heard that there was going to be, for each camp, each tribe's camp, that one person was kind of going to be in charge of making sure their camp was fed. Is that the case? And if so, have individuals been identified of who would do that?
My understanding is this, that each tribe is responsible for their people. Now, I don't know if that changed. I have no idea at all. So.
Our goal, though, from when the planning first started months ago, that was the original goal, that every tribe was supposed to support themselves. As we moved forward with this endeavor, though, we've come to learn that for planning purposes, it is much more efficient and effective to work as a collective than it is to work as a single individual tribe. And so over the course of the last couple of weeks, we opted to kind of mesh a lot of things together, such as our security, our emergency, and now our food. Of course, our original plan was for the one camp, so that's why, but we figured 2,000 for any extras. But now that we were presented this opportunity to feed the entire camp, that's where this request comes in now, is we need more food just in case. We can do it, but we need more cooks, we need more food. But it can be done through one big camp, though, or one big cook side. So for right now, any cooking needs, I guess from here on out, I would ask you guys to reach out to Dominique, and then she can bring it forward to us. But
thank you for taking it on. I was worried about the food. So I really appreciate you all and how you're kind of adapting and doing what you need to do, and I want to help. So thank you.
It is.
For one thing, we are pretty much doing well. We're ahead of ourselves, actually. So, but the thing is, right now, we have 500 pounds of buffalo. So I don't know if that'll feed everybody. I don't know that. I'm not that. That's not my area of expertise. I don't know how far that'll go around. I don't know. So if there's any tribes that are wanting to be part of this, then please get a hold of us, and then we can talk about what more we need, how much more we need. Okay.
Good.
I think the Northern Cheyenne are still feeding the riders that ride through every year. We just had a meeting about this a couple days ago, so they'll be still feeding the riders that ride every year. Just wanted to let you guys know.
Our Oglala Sioux Tribe Parks and Recreation said they'll donate 2 processed buffalo, so we can figure out how to get that over there. And our commodity warehouse also said they have 2 trailers, and you could set the temperature for one to be freezing and one to be like cooler. And it's got generators, but we'll have to figure that out, so for what you need. But I think we can coordinate more.
Okay, definitely. Cordelia, would it be okay if I give him your number then?
Fine. Yeah, give them my number, because I have theirs.
Okay. But that's kind of the goal that we're doing. You know, we got a lot of things that are moving now. The conversations that were offered to offer up our own resources. Those are the conversations that we need to start having when it comes to our shortfalls that we have that we don't know of. Everyone in this room, we come from a tribe that, you know, we know where we are shortfalling from, but we don't know where the other tribe's shortfalls are. And maybe another tribe can assist where we are failing at. And that's the whole point of this 150th movement, is to understand that, you know, as single individuals, yeah, we're cool, but as a collective, just imagine what we could do. So I encourage more of those conversations, you know, just putting it out there and seeing what you can get. That's kind of how we got started, and that's kind of where we are today. So with that, do you have any more questions? Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Doctor.
I have a question for all the tribes here. How many of you tribes have received some kind of a notice from the Bureau saying that you cannot use 638 funds to fund any activities of the 150th? None? Just us, okay. We received a letter like that, we responded, and they told us that they were gonna send it to the Solicitor General's office, and it'll take about 90 days for them to answer us back. So if there's any lawyers in a room that wanna volunteer, give us a hand.
So with that, all I can say is that on the 638 contracts, you know, you have to spend them on certain things, deliverables. So if you start spending it for other things, it'd be a question or unauthorized costs. So that's
every 638 contract that are out there, it has something to do with our culture, our youth, our way of life. I mean, it's all written in there. So I don't see a problem. I don't see what Rosebud's problem is, but you know, we can use some other tribes as help.
Yeah.
But just to give you heads up, somebody will probably come at you.
It's
all
just
the other tribes.
When your auditors come, they might cite that as an unauthorized cost, depending on what 638 contract you're using. So it's either going to be unauthorized or question costs. unless it's authorized in your, for your program.
All right. And keep in mind, we did get funding under the BIA, and our justification is, well, when we started this and we requested funding, we asked if there was any funding for large events like this that involve tribes, and they did say yes. That's how we were able to secure funding for this event. So I don't know if that falls under 638, but we definitely got funded by the BIA. I hope that answers that question.
One of the things in this funding request they said to emphasize was youth, educating youth. So that might help, and culturally.
Go ahead, we have a question over here.
It's not a question, I just wanted to clarify what Mr. 𝗟𝗩𝗘 was saying over there. There are some items that they did not fund that we didn't already have a 638 contract for. One would have been law enforcement, medics, stuff like that. But because it was a cultural deal, they funded culture and youth activities. They funded the grounds to be prepped, all geared toward youth activities and cultural events. So they funded that part. But if it wasn't a 638 contract we didn't already have, they didn't fund it. So we've had to change it like twice to take some stuff out. So that, just wanted to.
Thank you. I'm aware of 638 contracts, and, you know, most of our 638 contract, you know, it's relevant to our way of life, our culture, our education, our responsibilities. And so, you know, for ours to question us, you know, it's caused a backlash.
Okay, so there's no more questions with 638. How about food? Food's all taken care of? Okay. I thought I heard that Rosebud was going to take the cleaning taniga, so I'll be looking forward to that.
One of the things, you know, you learn even from Bible verses, we'll teach you how, and you can teach all your people.
All right. Okay, one of the things, and that's great, we have humor amongst the tribes here, so it's always good to crack jokes every now and then. So, one of the things I wanted to mention is earlier when we were on break, we had a discussion over here on the route for the horse groups. Tomorrow they decided to meet out here in the lobby at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. tomorrow while we're having the meeting. The horse groups would like to meet outside, just outside the room here, so we can discuss the final route that just popped up. Also, we're going to see if we can get our parks involved in that meeting there. So we want all our horse groups. So if any of those tribes that are not present, but there is someone here from their tribe, please reach out to them and let them know that there'll be a meeting here tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the horse groups. And again, you know, some things changed, as you just heard with the food. We're all open to ideas, so the door's definitely open to bring your ideas to the table. Everybody's idea is welcome. But we want to decide as a whole for the best interest of all of us. That's how we want to keep it. Make sure everybody is satisfied. and we're able to get the job done. One other thing I wanted to mention, I have a PSA up here, and I'm going to turn it over to 𝗟𝗓𝗡. Just a little, something that, a huge project that she's working on.
Pilamaya Mitaki Chante Western Apetu Zapi, Chante Heart Machiapi, Sichango Oyate Tahana, Miniluzaha Otuahe Awati. It's an honor to be here with everyone, and we just wanted to share some good news today, and it's also another reason why we're celebrating and why we're celebrating the 150th, because we know this is the answer to a lot of our ancestors' prayers. And another something that we've been working on is protecting 𝗟𝗓𝗑. And so I wanted to share some good news. We are on the Education and Outreach Committee for the 𝗟𝗓𝗑 Restoration Act. And so we have some good news to share with you. I wanted to hand it over to my sister, 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓 Martin.
Ha madaku yapi Anissa Martin Amachia pi wachihin wiakbe miye Oglala Lakota Hemacha Chantewashte Anape Chuzapi. It's nice to see you all, and I see all these beautiful faces from all these different nations, and it makes me proud to stand up here and to be able to speak in front of you all. So Wopila for gathering and having these big conversations about this celebration. And our work as organizers of the Black Hills, as protectors of the 𝗟𝗓𝗑, have been to make sure that the Black Hills continue to stay a part of our conversations and our organizing, because we know as tribal leaders that there are many problems that happen on our homelands, but that those colonial borders shouldn't divide us and shouldn't make us forget that the 𝗟𝗓𝗑 are important. And so we come here with a very important update that all the Lakota tribes are in support of the federal public lands in the Black Hills. And all 9 South Dakota tribes are also on board too. So this is a historic moment in time, because this is the first time that our people have agreed on the Black Hills issue. And the first thing that we say too, and that we know, are that the Black Hills are not for sale, and that there will never be any acceptance of any money for the 𝗟𝗓𝗑. And so when we look at the fights that we are currently having, the fight at Peshla, the fight at Craven Canyon, when the lands are returned to the Oyate, we don't have to have those smaller fights, because our people will be in charge of that. We don't have to continue to play whack-a-mole with all these mining companies coming in and extracting from our sacred homelands. So I want to extend my gratitude to you all as tribal leaders, because you all are the ones who are carrying this work forward with this planning and with the passing of the resolutions of support for the 𝗟𝗓𝗑. And I want to remind you all that our existence is political, so that it's okay to have these conversations about the land and the water and the people, because us innately existing on these lands is political. And I'll pass it to my sister here.
Well, Pila, so we just wanted to close out and just remember that everyone who's working towards protecting the Black Hills, and remembering why we're celebrating, and we're victorious people, and so it's going to be a great celebration. And so we wanted to share the good news with all of you on the closing today. So, Wopila Tanka Pilamayaye.
Mr. Starr comes up.
Yes, go ahead.
One thing that we wanted to share for the food side of it too is, we're encouraging everyone to help participate, but those of you that want to bring food for your own tribe or your own people too, you're more than welcome to do so. Our food committee is just for the overall for the camp, but if you wish to do that for your own, you can. We just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Yes, that's a good point, Chris. Also, Chris, maybe, I don't know if it'd be helpful if we could come up with a list of food items that we probably need in general. That would be great. Like you mentioned, like propane and stuff like that. That way we can get that list distributed. And then
don't forget the 𝗟𝗓𝗡.
Yeah, we'll bring plenty of knives for Rosebud. And tubs to put them in. We'll put them by the river. Okay, so I think we pretty much covered everything, but tribal leaders, we want to stick around. We're going to meet with Gay Kingman and discuss the budget here. So please, tribal leaders, I need you to stick around. And if any of your leadership isn't here, maybe you can sit in for them. If you don't have no representation, but you are from a tribe, we would like you to sit in and just listen in. Maybe you can pass that word on to your tribe. But at this time, are there any questions? Go ahead.
Yep, Jody here from the Indigenous Media Freedom Alliance. It's not really a question, but I was just talking with Cordelia earlier today, and we just wanted all the committees to meet after
Yes.
we're done the committees.
Yeah, well, we also want to meet with the tribal leaders on the budget too. So if any of your committees want to meet, that's fine too. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. With that, I think we'll be meet here again tomorrow morning. I think we should end with a prayer. Would anybody like to volunteer or to do the ending prayer for the day? Yeah. Ernest, can you give us some prayer? Didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry, you had a handful or a mouthful.
Yeah. Oh, as it say, one. Yes, sir. Well, thank you guys for this honor to end this meeting with the prayer. I'll be praying in my language. Oh, my, just one is. Yes, sir. Just one is, and sure them to go, Post and has boom with this, sure them to go, share. It is one, it is a bit of duxtomas. What is it is my here. Sure them to go, share my here. I want to don't need them at no one. I have a be share bits. Just before it is near, so not our Berman hit near to Mutton. And his short them to go, share. I hope, yes.
Okay, thank you. It's always good to hear other tribal nations. Okay, with that, we'll call it a day here. Thank you for showing up today. We'll continue, same time, same place tomorrow, day 2. Remember, if you haven't signed in, please sign in.